Audio on. Audio starting. Okay.
A very good morning to one and all gathered on this online platform on behalf of Organizing Committee, College of Nursing, Tata Memorial Hospital, Mumbai, with collaboration with Maharashtra Nursing Council and National Healthcare Academy, Singapore. I am Ms. Ramya.
And I Miss Mariam.
PB Diploma Oncology students of Tata Memorial Hospital welcome you all for today's International E-Conference on Spirituality and a Nursing Perspective, Making It Visible. Dear delegates, please switch off your video, kindly log in with your own name, and kindly keep your device on mute. Please don't unmute it. Request all to attend the whole session, then only your attendance will be considered. If you're having any queries during the session, you can put it inside your chat box. Kindly switch off the videos, please. Before starting our session, let's begin with pre-test. Pre-test link is there in the chat box. Please complete your pre-test. Kindly switch off the videos. And please log in with your own name, not with the device name. Please complete your pre-test on time so that we can start on time. Introduction. It's our culture to remember God Almighty before everything we start. Light and brightness always been equated with positivity and motivation. Let's begin with virtual lamp, lighting of lamp and Ganesh Vandana. Thank you so much. In recent years, researchers started believing in holistic care and spirituality. And studies came up with spiritual dimension. Spiritual models are included in many nursing theories like Betty Newman and Jean Watson. The study shows that there is a major role of spirituality in patient care, especially in crisis. There is a connection between spiritual health, comfort level, and response to treatment. Spirituality brings out the relief of suffering, promote feeling of well-being, adaptive capacities, peacefulness, and strength within. Spirituality has been identified as a sense of human being, despite of recognition of spiritual practices in health and healing. Little attention has been given to spirituality in nursing practice and education. The two major factors which reduce the visibility of spiritual nursing care practices are conceptual confusion in differentiating spirituality and religion and limited education in area of spirituality. So let's break the barriers and make it visible by the upcoming brainstorming sessions by our distinguished speakers.
While religion and spirituality are similar in foundation, they are different in practice. Religion is an organized, community-based system of beliefs, while spirituality resides within the individual and what they personally believe. To enlighten us with this, we have an immense speaker, Dr. Meera Achrekar from Atrak Hospital. She'll be dealing with religion, spirituality, and health. Dr. Meera Achrekar is the Deputy Nursing Superintendent of Atrak Hospital, Mumbai. She is the coordinator of ACTRAC's Cancer Awareness Program, principal assessor with the National Accreditation Board for Hospitals and Healthcare, secretary of TNI, Millennium City Branch, and external secretary of the Asian Oncology Nursing Society. Madam has obtained her bachelor's and master's degree in nursing from LT College of Nursing. Dr. Meera holds an additional qualification of master's degree in sociology, certification in healthcare waste management, and professional diploma in clinical research. Madam has awarded the doctorate degree by SNDT University. Dr. Meera has presented various papers at several national and international meetings. We are delighted to have you today with us, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. I would like to thank TMH College of Nursing and Maharashtra Nursing Council along with Singapore Academy for considering me to be a resource person for this particular session. I would like to share my screen now. Is my screen visible?
Yes,
Hello?
ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So today we are my topic will be religion, spirituality, and health. So religion, medicine, and health have all been related in one way or the other in all population groups since the beginning of recorded history. If you look back long into history, you will see that this all have been integrated. But in the recent times, these systems of healing have been separated, and this separation has largely occurred in the highly developed nations. In most of the developing countries, especially in the Asian parts, there is little or no such separation. The history of religion and healthcare in developed countries of the West is a fascinating one. The first hospital in the West for the care of the sick in the general population were built by religious organizations and staffed by religious orders. Throughout the Middle Ages and up to the French Revolution, physicians were often clergy. This shows how the religious order had an upper hand. For hundreds of years, in fact, our religious institutions were responsible for licensing physicians to practice medicine. Now, if you look at in Indian context, what was our approach to spiritual care? Spiritual care encompasses the whole lifestyle of a person. That is the way we live and work. There were 4 important concepts in this. The first one is ahar, that is eating, what and how much we eat and how we should eat. See, this was there in ancient times. So in India, integration of body, mind and spirit was considered in the earlier times. The second is vihar, that is relaxation, the way we engage in relaxation, entertainment and leisure. The third point is vichar, that is the thoughts, our mental makeup, our emotional control, our attitudes, this and how we live our lives. And the fourth one was vyavhar, that is action, what we actually behave, how we do, how we practice in public or practical in private life. The same was also seen in ancient Greek period, which focused on body and mind using 2 approaches. The materialistic, that is stating matter or brain, and the personalist, central is the person, the core called the soul, self or ego states, that is the thoughts and emotions. In most culture of the world, both in ancient and in modern times, care for the soul and body were integrated aspects of any culture. Those who were assigned to care for patients had to look after not only the physical need, but also the spiritual need. There was no dichotomy between the needs of the body and needs of the spirit. In the last few decades, this separation has developed that resulted in religion taking an upper hand, and physicians and scientists, that is, the religious people will look after spirituality and religion, and physician and scientists will look after the physical ones. The technological advancements in the past century is responsible for bringing about this change. The focus of medicine from a caring, service-oriented model to a technological, cure-oriented model came into being. Technology has really helped. I would not say technology is not important, but because technology has led to phenomenal advances in medicine and it has given us the ability to prolong life. We all know that in the past years, people would be, the life expectancy was around 60 years. Today it is 80 years, 90 years, all thanks to technology. Spirituality or compassionate care involves serving the whole person, the physical, the emotional, social, and spiritual. Such service is inherent a spiritual activity. Now, when we say, I was helping somebody. So when we look at these concepts, what we normally talk about in our day-to-day activities, we will see what it means. Helping, fixing, and serving represents three different ways of looking at life. When you help, you see life as weak. That means when somebody is weak, you help. When you fix, you see life as broken. But when you serve, you see life as a whole. Fixing and helping may be the work of the ego. You feel very good. Oh, I helped somebody. Oh, I fixed the problem for them. So this is how the ego is satisfied. But service is the work of the soul. That is why you will find in older generations, especially when the religious leaders, they were the ones involved in the care. They say we serve, because when you serve, you see life as a whole. Serving patients may involve spending time with them, holding their hands, and talking about what is important to them. Patients really value these experiences with their healthcare professionals. Now, religion, beliefs, practices, they are all connecting to the transcendent, where transcendent is God. You can say it as Allah, Hashem, or a higher power in Western religious tradition, or to Brahman, manifestations of Brahma like Buddha, Dio, ultimate truth, reality, which is there in the Western traditions. This often involves the mystical or supernatural. Religions usually have specific beliefs about life after death and rules about conduct within a social group. So many of the Hindus believe that after you die, there is another life. Christians believe that once you are dead, you go to heaven or hell. So these are beliefs about life and death. And there are rules of conduct also. For example, when you go into a temple, you are supposed to remove your slippers, you are supposed to cover your head, you are not supposed to eat non-veg. So these are some things which are a part of the religious activity. Same way, if you are going to the church, you are not supposed to show your head, you are supposed to bow down, you are supposed to be humble. So these are some rules of conduct within a social group. So religion is also an organized system of beliefs, practices, and symbols designated. Why? To facilitate closeness to the transcendent, means God, whomever you believe in, to foster an understanding of one's relationship and responsibility to others in living together in a community. So when you're talking about religion, it is, yes, one important aspect is your closeness to God. Second is also our relationship and responsibility while we are living in the community. So there are religious doctrines, this influence decision about health and health behaviors. In Judeo-Christian scriptures, for example, there is an emphasis on caring for the physical body. They say this body is the temple of God or temple of the Holy Spirit. Religious scriptures in other faith traditions also emphasize the person's responsibility to care for and nourish their physical body. So eating swatic food, eating food which is good, And like I mentioned, the 4 concepts which are there, these are special concepts in the Hindu religious scriptures. Behaviors that have potential to harm the body are usually discouraged. For example, alcoholism, for example, drugs, for example, prostitution. So these things are not because they harm your body, they are normally discouraged. This is reflected in the teaching from the pulpit and influences what is considered appropriate within the religious or social groups. Now, spirituality, this is very difficult to define. It is person's inner truth or blissful experience. Through spiritual pursuit, a person tries to connect with supreme, divine, or God. Such people resort to techniques like silence, prayer, meditation, yoga as an individual or collective practice. Others believe in selfless service to mankind as a major pathway for seeking God. I would like to read one article for you. This is, all of you must have heard about John D. Rockefeller Foundation. Now, John was once the richest man in the world, the first billionaire in the world. By age of 25, he controlled one of the largest oil refineries in the US. By age 31, he had become the world's largest oil refiner. By age 38, he commanded 90% of oil refined in the US. By 50, he was the richest man in the country. As a young man, every decision, attitude, and relationship was tailored to create his personal wealth and power. But at the age of 53, he became ill. His entire body became ransacked with pain, and he lost all of his hair. In complete agony, the world's only billionaire could buy anything he wanted, but he could only digest soup and crackers. An associate wrote, he could not sleep, would not smile, and nothing in life meant anything to him. His personal, highly skilled physicians predicted he would die within a year. That year passed agonizingly slowly. As he approached death, he awoke one morning with the vague realization of not being able to take any of his wealth with him into the next world. The man who could control business of the world suddenly realized he was not in control of his own life. He was left with a choice. He called his attorneys, accountants, and managers and announced that he wanted to channel his assets to hospitals, research, and charity work. John D. Rockefeller established his foundation. This new direction eventually led to discovery of penicillin, cures for malaria, tuberculosis, and diphtheria. But perhaps the most amazing part of Rockefeller's story is that the moment he began to give back a portion of all that he had earned, his body chemistry was altered so significantly that he got better. He looked as if he would die at 53, but he lived to be 98. Rockefeller learned gratitude and gave back the vast majority of his wealth. Doing so, he made himself whole. It is one thing to be healed, it is another to be made whole. So you imagine now Rockefeller, this is his spirituality. For him, it was serving, it was giving back to the world what he had earned over a period of time. So different people realize different things in different ways. Spirituality is intimately connected to the supernatural and the mystical. Spirituality includes both a search for the transcendent and the discovery of the transcendent, and so involves traveling along the path that leads from non-consideration to questioning to either staunch non-belief or belief, and if belief, that ultimate to devotion and finally surrender. You find people when they look for spirituality, they will say, oh, all this is not good, that they are atheists, they don't. So you become a staunch non-believer. But if you become a believer, then that turns to devotion and surrender to God. Thus, definition of spirituality is very similar to religion, and there is clearly an overlap. The terms spirituality and religion are often used in place of each other, but for many people, they have different meanings. Religion may be defined as a specific set of beliefs and practices, usually within an organized group. I just mentioned this earlier. And spirituality may be defined as an individual sense of peace, purpose. What I mentioned to you about John was purpose and connection to others and beliefs about meanings of life. Spirituality may be found and expressed through an organized religion or in other ways. Patients may think of themselves as spiritual or religious or both. You will find that spirituality and religion are interlinked, but they have different concepts. But both of them have the same objective of connecting to the divine power. Spiritual pathway is an abstract concept. Different religions, they are all established by mankind where practices and rituals were included. For examples, in Hindus, you will find there is Havan, Puja. In Christians, it is prayer service that they have every Sunday or every day. In Muslims, there is Ramadan. So all these things are different religious practices which are established by mankind. Now, health, all of us know the definition of health. It is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. The enjoyment of highest attainable standard of health is one of the fundamental rights of every human being without the distinction of race, religion, political beliefs, economic or social conditions. So when we talk about mental and social being, they have not specified here sexuality or spirituality, but both of them are encompassed in this mental and social well-being. So every person has a need for spirituality. These needs are often accentuated by an illness or other health crisis. Many patients with cancer especially rely on spiritual beliefs to cope with their diseases. Spiritual care is recognizing and responding to the multifaceted expressions of spirituality nurses encounter in patients and their families. Patients who have strong beliefs also may find that their beliefs are challenged by their health situations. Recognizing and meeting the diversity of spiritual needs in our patients, it calls for a person-centered flexibility, which is patient-centered care. It will also require teamwork because we alone cannot do things. We require the physician to get involved. We require the spiritual leaders to get involved if we have to provide comprehensive, consistent, and ongoing spiritual care. There is a strength in a diverse yet unified approach to the challenges of spiritual care in nursing practice. There are many studies which show that how spirituality affects health. So if there is no spirituality or if there is improved spirituality, you will find there is decreased feeling of anxiety, depression or anger, decreased feeling of loneliness, decreased use of alcohol or drug abuse. So many people look forward to alcohol or drugs to reduce their problems. But if you look to spirituality, you may find that this particular issue is taken care of. It also lowers blood pressure. There is better control of pain, nausea, and comfort. So spirituality may help patients and families find deeper meaning and experience a sense of personal growth during their cancer treatment. Or I'm mentioning cancer treatment because we work in a cancer hospital, but it can be for any major chronic illness while living with cancer as a cancer survivor. Cancer diagnosis is scary for most patients because they are suddenly faced with their mortality. You say the moment the doctor tells you have cancer, the death looms in front of them. That is why it is this particular diagnosis is very scary. They also don't know what to expect from the cancer or the treatment, and they know that it is going to be very challenging. Often cancer patients report they feel alone because they believe that no one can truly know what they are going through. That is why you find when another cancer survivor talks to them, they connect easily because there they think that, okay, this person understands my problem. But the nurse, the doctor, my family members, they don't actually understand my problem. That is why they feel lonely. So many newly diagnosed cancer patients pray for a cure. However, if a cure is not in sight, they look for emotional healing and often hope this healing comes from the spiritual relationship. They want to find meaning in their lives, in their existence, and they are actually looking for a sense of support. This end of life decisions also has a huge spiritual component. So when you look at end of life care, you will find spirituality is a very important component in this end of life care. When we talk about end of life care, we are not talking of a patient who is lying in an ICU bed who is about to die. It can also be for a patient who is faced with the diagnosis of cancer and where death is looming, or patient is decided that the doctors say that this is a palliative patient. He has some life, but then this is the end of life. That is how he looks at. So deciding what you are going to do and not going to do has a lot to do with deciding what comes next. This is where spirituality helps. Taking a decision, okay, I am going to die. I am going to meet my God. This may be something which creates a hopefulness in a patient. And the patients also may not want to, and the family members may not want to try aggressive treatments. So there is rapid growing evidence that stress and negative emotions also have adverse effects. For example, they have effects on physiological systems, which are vital for maintenance of physical health and healing, increase susceptibility to or worse outcomes from a wide range of physical illness, and it may also shorten the lifespan prematurely. So this is how stress and negative emotions help. So in this, social support helps to protect against disease and increase longevity. By reducing stress, we just saw that little earlier, how spirituality helps to reduce stress and negative emotions. It also increases social support and it affects positively the health behaviors. RNS means religious and spirituality because the terms can be used interchangeably. Involvement should have a favorable impact on a host of physical diseases and responses of those diseases to treatment. There are few studies which are, this is one of the review of literature in which 29 studies were looking at spirituality and outcome of cancer. Of this, 16, that is 55% of studies found that those who are more religious or spiritual had a lower risk of developing cancer or had a better, if they developed cancer, they had a better prognosis. Pain and other distressing somatic symptoms can motivate people to seek solace in religion through activities such as prayer or scripture studies. Thus, religion or spirituality is often turned to in order to cope with such symptoms. In a study of 382 adults with musculoskeletal complaints, religion or spirituality coping was the most common strategy for dealing with pain and was considered the second most helpful in a long list of coping behaviors. So we are talking about compassionate care. We as nurses, now we come to that, we have to give compassionate care where we help patients to find meaning in their suffering and address their spirituality. Since spirituality is a highly personalized matter, caring for a patient with spiritual needs means caring for the whole person, accepting their beliefs and their experiences, and helping patients with issues which surrounds them to find meaning and hope. One of the challenges healthcare personnel face is to help people find meaning and acceptance in the midst of suffering and chronic illness. At the same time, when patients are struggling with the physical aspects of their disease, they have other pain as well. This is what we need to realize as healthcare personnel because we are always looking at the physical aspects. When you look at the nursing care plan, you may rare, you may find something to do with spirituality. So this is something, pain that is there related to mental and spiritual suffering, to an inability to engage the deepest question in life. So here compassion comes. The word compassion means to suffer with. Compassionate care calls for all healthcare personnel, which include nurses, to walk with people in the midst of their pain, to be partners with patients rather than experts who are dictating information to them. Aapko ye karna hai, aapko wo karna hai. That there is some information that we have to say, but we have to be partners with patients. So this is what we are looking at. So there are a few questions that the patient may be asking. I'm sure you must have also experienced this. Why is this happening to me now? There was one patient who was from Punjab. He was having cancer and he was in one of our unit. And when I went to see the patient, I was talking to him. He said, why have I got this illness? I am a very spiritual person. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I go to the Gurudwara regularly. I help patients. So I do all positive things. So why is this happening to me now? Why am I? Is God angry with me? So these are questions that comes into the patient's mind. What will happen to me after I die? Will I go to hell? Will something else happen? Will I have a rebirth? What will happen to me? Will my family survive my loss? How will my family take it? Sometimes the male is the sole bread earning member, or there are small children. How will the children take care of? The mother may be thinking about it. Then the next question is, will I be missed? Everybody wants to be remembered. So that is also something. Will people remember me? Have I done good? Have I done good enough for people to remember me? Will I be missed? Is there a God? If so, will he be there for me? Will I have time to finish my life work? When you are faced with death, that is the time you realize that you have so many things that you have to do. Life has gone by, but there are things that you need to look at urgently. So these are some questions which patients keep asking themselves. And this is the most important thing. When a person asks a question, for example, why is this happening to me? We as healthcare personnel, we panic when patients pose such questions to us. It is difficult to know what to say. We really don't know what to say because there are no real answers. True healing requires answers to these questions. So when a patient understands or gets answers to this question, that is the time healing will happen. And cure is not possible for many of the illnesses, but there is always room for healing. Healing can be experienced as acceptance of illness and peace with one's life. This healing is at its core spiritual. Many patients with cancer rely on spiritual religious beliefs and practices to help them cope with their disease, especially for patients in end-of-life situations. Some patients may want to discuss about spiritual concerns, but may feel unsure about how to bring up the topic. So who is responsible for bringing up this topic? We as healthcare personnel. So for some cancer patients, chronic diagnosis has opposite effect on their sense of spirituality. Everybody don't become spiritual when they are faced with end of life or decisions which need to enhance their connectivity with God. Some of them may have doubt about their religious beliefs. Like I mentioned, this question asked me, I have done all these things. So if I'm still getting it, and then maybe there is no God. So they doubt their beliefs, their religious values, they challenge their faith, and this can cause spiritual distress in patients. Some patients become angry with God for allowing them to get cancer or some other chronic illnesses and wonder if they are being punished. Spiritual distress can make it harder for patients to cope with cancer and its treatment. Now, how to integrate spirituality into patient care? That is, addressing spiritual issues in clinical care. I'm sure another person is also talking about it. I will look at it from the nursing perspective. First and foremost, the healthcare personnel should take a brief spiritual history. When we take history of the patient, we have an assessment sheet. We should do a brief spiritual history. This should be done for all new patients on their first evaluation, especially if they have serious or chronic illnesses and when a patient is admitted to the hospital. The purpose is, why do you have to take a spiritual history? Because you understand the patient's religious background. We also understand the role of religion or spirituality, beliefs or practices which play in coping with their illness. For example, they may say that I want the Quran to be kept next to me, or I want the Bhagavad Gita to be kept to me. I want holy water from the Gangas, or I want holy water from Jerusalem. So these are some of the beliefs or practices they feel that if they have it with them, they will be able to cope with the illness. Beliefs that may influence or conflict with decisions about medical care. For example, in some religion, they don't take blood transfusion, or they may not take some particular food. So you also understand if there is any conflict or any influence about their decision about medical care. The patient's level of participation in a spiritual community and whether the community is supportive. So if you have a very supportive spiritual community, it can be a good sense of support to the patient. or if there is any other spiritual need that might be present in a patient. This is the reason why we have to take spiritual history. It is our responsibility to do a 2-minute screening. Don't wait for the religious leader to come and do the initial screening can be done with us. If spiritual needs are discovered, then we may have to make a referral to a pastoral care services. Like in Tata, you have the priest coming in, you can have the Bajji coming in, or whoever is a religious leader, so that that particular need can be addressed. For example, in Christian, before you die, you need to have the communion. So this is a very important service which the patient may have, because they feel if they receive the last Holy Communion, they will be more connected to God, or they will go to heaven, or that is something that they need to do. So unless you ask this question, you will not be able to get an answer. The spiritual history should be documented. Whatever history you're taking should be documented in the medical record, so that other healthcare professionals also will know what has been done. Although you don't have to write a detailed note, just a brief information should be recorded, because this can communicate essential issues to other hospital staff. The second important thing is religion or spirituality. Beliefs of patients uncovered during this history, spiritual history, should always be respected. I may believe in a different religion. Patient is of a different religion. They have different beliefs which are not in line with my beliefs. But we need to respect whatever the other person's religious or spiritual beliefs are. Even if they are in conflict with medical treatment plan, or they seem not okay, we should not challenge that at the first instant itself. First, you need to accept it, take a neutral position, and later on, when patient starts asking you a question and you have established a therapeutic relationship with the patient, then maybe you could explain how that particular belief may impact the medical treatment. If the healthcare professional is knowledgeable about patients' religion or spirituality beliefs, and the beliefs appear generally healthy. For example, if a patient says, I want Bhagavad Gita to be kept near me, it is not going to harm. Or if he says that I want to hear to the audio of some spiritual leader, it is not going to harm it. We should actively support these beliefs. Third most important thing is we need to have a training on how to address the spiritual beliefs. So hopefully today's session will help us to some extent to understand what are the spiritual needs of the patient and how we can address those issues. And patients can be, there are everything we cannot do. There are religious leaders for that. So once you have understood their needs, then you can refer the patient to chaplain or religious leaders to address the problem. Fourth, conducting a spiritual history or contemplating a spiritual intervention should always be patient-centered and patient-desired. It should be that something patient wants. We should not try and input, shall I pray with you? Okay, I have bought a Bhagavad Gita. Shall I read it for you? Shall I read the Bible for you? Shall I pray with you? Please don't do that. If the patient requests, if the patient says, can you please pray with me? Can you please hold my hand? Then you can do it. Then it becomes a patient-centered approach. So our healthcare professional should never do anything related to religion or spirituality that involves coercion, that is force. Just because I am a Christian and I believe my God will help me heal, I cannot impose that on a patient. The patient may feel in control and feel free to relieve and not relieve information about their spiritual life, or to engage or not engage in spiritual practices if we try to force things into patients. Fifth, we need to understand that different religions, India is a very diverse country. There are so many religious beliefs and each one has their own religious practices. So it is good to read about what are the different religious beliefs, so that when you encounter patient, you know what is expected. For example, if a patient or Jain patients tell you that I don't eat anything which is under the soil, you will understand immediately, because you know that in Jain, in their religious tradition, they don't do that. So you learn to understand what the patients are requesting. There are many such beliefs and practices that will have a direct impact on type of care being provided, especially when patients are hospitalized or they are ill or they are near death. So a brief detail of the practices related to birth, contraception, diet, death, and organ donation should be a part of the internal training of a nursing staff or healthcare personnel in a hospital. Finally, if spiritual needs are identified and a chaplain or a religious leader referral is initiated, then the health professional making the referral is responsible for following up to ensure that the spiritual need, just because you have referred them somewhere doesn't mean your work is over. You need to see whether that person is coming. Whatever spiritual need was there in the patient, has it been addressed or not addressed? This is especially true given the impact that unmet spiritual needs are likely to have both medical outcomes and healthcare cost. I just want to share a study which I had done. The study was to assess the spiritual need of cancer patients and their expectations from healthcare personnel in meeting the spiritual needs. So in this, the patients were around, the median age was 53, majority were females, and because they were females, the most common diagnosis which they came to us was for CA cervix, followed by CA prostate in males, and the median duration of illness from time of diagnosis was around 15 months. 54% partially believed in God, and around 59% mentioned the reason for prayer was to get through the day, followed by coping with illness, that is in 57%, and to help with feeling of loneliness, which is in 53. Around 50% of the patients expressed this. And what was the top felt needs? To spend time with loved ones, that is around 60% expressed that, to be accepted as a person, however good, bad, whatever they are. And the top 4 expectations from healthcare personnel was spending time with nurses. So this is something we nurses must need to understand. Provision of a prayer room, which the hospital need to look at, reading holy book, which we can give it to them, and an empathetic listening. So a ear to them. So patients expect nurses to spend time with patients and to be an empathetic listener. So our nursing implication is nurses should focus on communication of patients, especially if patients are illiterate or with lower educational levels, and with female patients who are diagnosed with cancer. All of us know that females, it's visibly seen, males are also religious and spirituality, but visibility is seen more in female patients. So in conclusion, spirituality is the way one finds meaning, hope, comfort, and inner peace in life. Many people find spirituality through religion. Some people find it through music or through art or a connection with nature. Others find it in their values and principles. Religious or spiritual beliefs and practices are commonly used by patients to cope with illnesses and other stressful life changes. Research shows that people who are more religious or spiritual have better mental health and adapt more quickly to health problems compared to those who are less religious or spiritual. While we have a desire to provide high quality care, we need to integrate spirituality into patient care. The field of religion, spirituality, and health is growing rapidly and is moving from the periphery again into the mainstream of healthcare. So all healthcare personnel, we should ensure that we integrate spirituality into patient care, and we are able to do so in a sensible and sensitive way. At stake is the health and well-being of patients and satisfaction that we as healthcare providers experience in delivering care that address the whole person, that is the body, the mind, and spirit. Here I end the session, but it is a beginning for us as nurses. If we have not initiated spirituality into our patient care, this is the beginning we need to start. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for clearing the concept of religion and spirituality and the difference between them and how it impacts the health of an individual positively and negatively, and how it helps to cope with the end of life situation and addressing how to address the spiritual needs of the patient. If any of the delegates, if you have any doubt, kindly put it on the chat box. If anybody have any doubt, kindly put it on the chat box.
This is just the beginning. As they hear the different sessions, I think a little more clarity will come. on how we as healthcare professionals, what is spirituality, what is religion, and how we can address this into our day-to-day activities.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Shall I go ahead and share my screen? Well, good morning, everyone. Can you see my screen?
Ma'am, your slides are visible.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much. Let me get rid of this floater again here. Well, greetings from Memphis, Tennessee in the United States. It's almost midnight here, so good morning to you. What I would like to speak about today is the spiritual care needs and clinical support. And this is spirituality in oncology nursing practice. Since you are at an oncology hospital, a little of what you're going to hear from me is a repeat from the first speaker, and you'll probably hear it again from additional speakers. So that's probably a good clue for you that this is an important piece of information to remember. Now, let's see if we can move. There we go. Spiritual care can be complicated, and it requires you to examine your own spiritual journey while assisting your patients with their journeys. It requires presence, which is the gift you bring of being fully with someone. During this presentation, we will consider the question of what is spiritual care and why does it matter in nursing? And most importantly, how do you get started with spiritual care? According to the American Nurses Association in the United States, modern nursing practice includes spiritual care because our care is for the whole human being, not just specific parts that may be diseased or damaged. Nurses care for people, and people are complicated because of life circumstance, belief systems, cultures, and personal decisions. Faith, religion, and spirituality, as you've already heard, are distinct components of what defines many human communities and allows individuals to make sense of their experiences, including health and illness. Throughout this presentation, I will be sharing my experience in mainstream nursing with my current practice in the specialty of faith community nursing that's also known internationally as parish nursing. My background is in neurotrauma intensive care, and I've been involved in faith community nursing since the 1990s. And I've discovered that everything I have learned as a clinical nurse before becoming a parish nurse was very useful. But I've also discovered that everything I've learned as a faith community nurse has made my clinical nursing richer and more effective because I'm able to care for the whole person and understand the relationship of spiritual beliefs to the healthcare practices. You've heard a little bit about history already. I like to think of history and spiritual care as a spiral. All the way back to the Stone Age, care was holistic. Shaman or medicine man treated illness and injury, including a spiritual component. As you look through history, in the 4th century, Roman women like Fabiola and Helen, the mother of Constantine, opened hospitals and provided charity care. As the Dark Ages began in the West, holistic care and nursing, along with civilization itself, declined for a period of time. In the 11th and 12th century, most nurses were men, forming orders to care for the wounded and refugees from the Crusades, along with St. Hildegard and St. Clare, which established nursing orders who holistically cared for the poor. In the 17th century, there was a revival of hospital nursing with the Sisters of Charity that formed in France. The 19th century brought the Sisters of Charity to the United States, and the Sisters of Mercy were founded in Ireland. In Germany, Kaiserwerth School was founded to train nurses. So during this time in nursing history, you will recognize a lot of these names: Florence Nightingale, Dorothea Dix, Mary Mahoney, Clara Barton, Lillian Wald, and many others moved nursing forward as the holistic care of human beings. Also, during this time in history, utilizing her influence within the British government, Nightingale established herself as a key figure and worked to improve the public health and sanitary conditions in India and established hospitals and training for nurses in several places in the world. Unfortunately, the 20th century, holistic care continued to fracture. With the coming of the medical model, care was separated into components. Illness and injury of the body became the domain of a physician. Illness of the mind belonged to psychiatrists, and anything related to the spirit was confined to clergy. There was little incentive for professions to work together, and nurses were discouraged from providing care outside of the medical model and were taught to follow doctors' orders and nothing more. But after 2 world wars, the Korean War, the Great Depression, the Civil Rights Movement, and other historical events, history once again is moving nursing back toward care of the whole person, including spiritual care. The International Parish Nurse Resource Center in the United States opened in 1986. This organization is now part of the Spiritual Care Association Nursing Division, and it's called the Westberg Institute for Faith Community Nursing. This institute provides spiritual care education, fellowship, and resources for nurses across the United States and around the world. In 1997, the American Nurses Association designated parish nursing, which is also called faith community nursing, as a recognized specialty practice that focuses on the intentional care of the human spirit, in addition to all of the other things that nursing practice contains. As current history continues to move us forward in the care of a whole person, mainstream nursing once again emphasizes the need for holistic care, which brings spiritual care back into nursing practice. You've heard a little bit about religion and spirituality. For the purposes of our discussion, they do blend together, but they are a bit different. As you can see here on the chart, religion is basically formal and man-made, which means other people are involved. Religion has rules, laws, or guidelines, and religion is how we manifest beliefs. Spirituality is considered to be more informal and personal. It's an internal relationship with the infinite that we often call God, however God or the higher power is perceived to be, and many consider spirituality to be inspired belief. So I hope we can agree that both religion and spirituality are important for spiritual care. The good news is that a nurse providing clinical and spiritual care to a patient does not need to be the same religion or practice the same type of spirituality in order to provide high-quality care. The key is that the nurse is able to focus on the patient's spiritual journey in relation to their healthcare needs. So what is spiritual care? One definition says it is the intentional care of the human spirit in such ways as faith support, rites, rituals, prayer, sacraments, and most importantly for us as nurses, to simply be a sensitive listener. When we provide spiritual care, we support, nurture, and encourage an individual or family or group's ability to achieve wholeness. And as you heard earlier, cure is not necessarily healing. You can be healed and not be cured. A diagnosis of cancer can lead to the disruption of relationships, uncertainty about the future, difficulty in coping, increased loneliness, and doubts about spiritual beliefs, values, and spiritual distress. Holistic care is mandated by nursing and medical standards of care. The World Health Organization notes that the spiritual aspect of the patient is inseparable from the whole person. The provision of spiritual care by healthcare providers can lead to positive patient outcomes, such as improved coping, well-being, a quality of life, and hope, as well as decreased anxiety regarding death, as well as decreased feelings of loneliness and depression. Spirituality is internal and individual, an essential element in the lives of the person, rooted in their culture and history. Religious and spiritual approaches are necessary to improve the health of patients and their families. Considering the importance of improving the quality of life of cancer patients, it is a viable goal to assist healthcare providers to address the challenges of lack of time and lack of education in providing spiritual care. And the research tells us those are the top two reasons that nurses state they are not currently providing spiritual care. Spiritual care begins with encouraging human contact in a compassionate relationship and moves it in whatever direction need requires. It's all about relationships, person to their self, person to nurse, person to the higher power as they perceive God to be, person to others, and their environment. Again, it's all relationship. Every day, oncology nurses go beyond the basic requirements of their job, beyond the techniques learned in nursing school, beyond the lessons learned in textbooks, to give patients the most valuable commodity they can, themselves, their time. This is a critical part of spiritual care. In creating strong relationships, nurses continuously replenish and re-energize their patients. The relationship oncology nurses form with their patients is a crucial source of support and care. Without nurses' dedication, cancer care would be a series of medical interventions rather than human interactions. It would be strictly clinical rather than personal and holistic. How do we add spirituality in? You've heard a little bit about spiritual history. Let's talk about that some more. Spiritual care begins with a spiritual history, a simple question about the person's faith or spiritual experience and resources so that the nurse can discover how the patient's beliefs will impact their treatment. So questions like, do you have a religious preference? Or do you belong to a community of faith? Are often the first questions asked. According to the literature, cancer patients face many health challenges, including spiritual issues. A 2019 research article reported that over 70% of the nurses in their study considered spiritual care to be influential in the patient's quality of life. Unfortunately, 65% had received no spiritual care training, even though they indicated a willingness to attend this type of course. I hope today this presentation will give you some ideas on how to get started and encourage you to seek additional training. Let's talk for a minute about spiritual screening. This is often done by nurses, but is usually not recognized as a spiritual assessment tool. Your patient may be agitated or upset. A few words you catch between their cries are, "God help me." It doesn't take much spiritual care training to recognize that appropriate nursing care is to ask if the patient would like to have a visit from their faith leader, or if there's some faith practice or ritual that will bring them comfort. So a screening is simply a quick determination of whether this person is currently experiencing a serious spiritual religious crisis and needs an immediate referral for clergy intervention. What I want to focus on for the rest of my time today is the spiritual assessment, and also to provide you with a brief, easy-to-use spiritual assessment tool. This is a basic tool and used worldwide across professions, including nursing, faith community nursing, chaplaincy, and others. Regardless of religion or professional setting, it works. These have been created purposely with open-ended questions to fit the need of the patient, regardless of their faith, belief system, or lack of traditional belief system. They simply help you to start a conversation so that you get the information you need to provide appropriate spiritual care along with your clinical nursing care. So a spiritual assessment is an in-depth look at a person's spiritual makeup with the goal of identifying potential areas of concern so that a spiritual care plan can be utilized. The tool I want to share with you uses the acronym HOPE. There are many spiritual assessment tools available, but the acronym HOPE is the most common spiritual assessment tool used in many countries. It is very easy to remember and very easy to use. The first letter of HOPE is H. So the question is, what gives you hope? Have you been through anything like this before? What helped you through it then? So what you're looking for are the patient's sources of hope. The second letter is O for organized religion. So you might ask the patient, do you belong to any type of organized religion? Is there anyone from your community of faith that you would like to have notified or have visit you? Or perhaps, how important is your faith to everyday life? The P is for personal spirituality and practices. This is a very important question and very applicable to nursing care. Are there any spiritual practices that I need to be aware of as I provide your nursing care? Whatever that might be, and you heard some suggestions earlier, reading from a religious book, perhaps prayer beads, perhaps a candle. There are many, many. But the P in HOPE will help you to find out what the patient's personal spirituality and practices might be so that you can better help them. E stands for the effects on care and end-of-life issues. So you might ask, in your faith tradition, are there beliefs about healthcare that I should be aware of as your nurse? How does your faith affect your healthcare practices? Or you might ask, are there any procedures that your belief system does not allow? Or you might simply ask, what do I need to know to provide appropriate care for you? Birth and death practices and after-death care are important spiritual care topics to ask about that you often find it with the E in hope. Assessment tools are important. They help you to not only gather information that you need to provide quality care, but they also open the door to conversation and building relationships of respect and trust. So once again, the acronym is HOPE for this particular spiritual assessment. H, sources of hope. O, organized religion. P, personal spirituality and practices. And E, the effects of the faith on care and end-of-life issues. Let's talk a little bit more about barriers to spiritual care. There are many barriers in spiritual care nursing practice. I've listed a few personal barriers, and that includes the fear of discussing spiritual matters, unfamiliarity with spiritual care, and spirituality in general. And then professionally, many nurses feel a lack of skill, a lack of time, a lack of training. Other professional barriers might be confusion over whether it's appropriate to provide spiritual care as a nurse. Possibly hospital rules about who should provide spiritual care, if it's provided at all. And then there are all sorts of myths and taboos that could be an entire conference. But again, the top two are lack of education and lack of time. It's my hope that by the time we reach the end of this presentation, some of your fears will be resolved and you'll be encouraged to seek out additional training and to offer spiritual care to your patients. So very important. So what are some aspects of spiritual care? There's a reason why nurses are a very trusted profession. And I've discovered that being a nurse translates across countries and cultures and languages and barriers of all sorts if the nurse is simply willing to offer that care. It's the same with spiritual care. It's not wrong to say, I'm not of your faith, but I want to learn what's needed to provide you with the best possible care for your body, your mind, and your spirit. I've found that most people are more than willing to teach you if you ask. They're also less offended if you make a mistake when they know that you're willing to customize your care to fit their beliefs. Most of these aspects on the slide, you as a nurse are already doing. Things like trust, a willingness to walk with another through their illness without controlling the destination. Sensitive listening, showing compassion, having a caring attitude, providing appropriate referrals, using self-reflection to take care of yourself so that you're able to be present with your patients, a connectedness, sharing hope and kindness and openness, and often just being there in silence to listen are amazing aspects of spiritual care. I do want to touch a minute on common spiritual practice that your patients may request, or you may follow as part of your own self-care. Common things patients request: prayer adjuncts, including beads, meditation, religious texts and other holy books, fellowship and worship with others, rituals such as lighting a candle, or washing hands before prayer. Here in the United States, we are not permitted in hospitals to use open flame candles. So most of those requests, we have battery powered candles that we can bring into a patient's room. Writing a journal, helping your patient to keep track of their spiritual walk as they move through their illness. Enjoying nature. Other things such as fellowship with family and friends, art, music, whatever feeds the soul is appropriate. It's important that healthcare providers consult the patient about their personal level of religious observance and practice. And again, this may be as simple as just observing the dietary restrictions required by their religion, or providing fresh water and privacy so that they can wash before they pray. Small things are very important, and often the many small ways that nurses provide spiritual care to their patients make a large difference. Providing spiritual care as part of cancer care and palliative care has benefits, such as increased patient satisfaction, improved quality of life, reduced costs of providing care, especially in the late stages of life. Studies show that this kind of care has been neglected, and that not only patients, but also their care providers receive this kind of care less often than they desire. So here are a few options for bringing spiritual care into your clinical practice. Continuing education is very important. Collaboration with other spiritual care providers, and developing a variety of relationships and religious resources. The Westberg Institute that I mentioned at the very beginning, and I have in the references for you, offers an international community of nurses to interact with each other and to share ideas and best practice. You are more than welcome to join that. There's no cost, and it is a closed society of just nurses. So again, that's in your resource list. A nurse's willingness to provide spiritual care is influenced by their own spiritual self-knowledge. In other words, know yourself. Pay attention to your own spiritual needs so that you can deliver better care to others. It's always important to remember to care for yourself. As my part of the day draws to a close, I'd like to share this reflection. Spirituality is part of the basic human experience. Whenever we search for meaning in life or for connection outside of ourselves, we are acting as spiritual beings. Spirituality exists in our connections to other humans, our environment, and to the unfolding universe beyond. You are important. You are valuable. You are needed, and you make a huge difference every day in the lives of your patients and their families. So building trust in spiritual care into an intercultural hospital setting requires you to be culturally aware, goal-oriented, educated, and to effectively communicate. So seek out that training and keep learning, and focus on the needs of the patient, regardless of their culture, tradition, or belief system. Again, I can't overemphasize that your self-care is critical. If your self-care is as good as the care you provide to your patients, you can change the world. So refill yourself in order to serve others. Rest when you're weary. Renew yourself, your body, your mind, your spirit, and then get back to work because the patients need you and your spiritual care. I've included my email and websites, and I am available. If you have questions or comments, or there's any way I can assist you, please always feel free. That is part of my ministry as a nurse, is to care for other nurses. So thank you for your time and attention. And if you have questions, my understanding is that you need to put those in the chat box. And I will stop sharing my screen now. Let's see. Well, I think, well, let's see.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Spirituality
Thank
is
you.
very less spoken topic. Thank you for enlightening us with your long clinical experience in spirituality. Dr. Sharon also talked about historical evolution of spiritual nursing, care practices, barriers to spiritual care, etc. Ma'am, we are really grateful to you for sparing your precious sleeping hours to be with us. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. It is an honor.
A spiritual assessment is necessary to find out if any beliefs could impact health. There are formal spiritual assessment tools which help the healthcare professionals in identifying the patient's spiritual needs. Today we have an eloquent speaker, Dr. Bhadrapriya Parab, who will speak on spiritual assessment. Dr. Bhadrapriya Parab is the principal of Bhaktivedanta Hospital, Mumbai. Dr. Bhadrapriya has pursued her MSc Nursing in Community Health Nursing from LT College of Nursing, SNDT University. And she is also a PhD holder from MGM University. Ma'am has vast clinical experience in different institutions and teaching experience since 2012 in Bhaktivedanta Institute of Nursing. And she has been awarded the legacy of Bhaktivedanta for her precious 20 years of experience. And she has attended various workshops and seminars and had presented many papers to her credit. We are really glad to have you in this forum, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Give me 1 minute, I will share my PPT.
The delegates are kindly requested to pause your video. Somebody's video is visible.
Hello. Good morning. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. Ma'am.
Yeah, what about my slide?
It's also visible, ma'am.
Visible, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you for introducing me and thank you giving me an opportunity to present my topic today.
Ma'am, can you please put it on slideshow, ma'am?
Yeah, I'm doing it. Okay, so thank you, ma'am, for introducing me and giving me an opportunity to present our topic. Myself, Dr. Bhadrapriya, and my colleagues, Mr. Rajesh Kadam, we are going to present spiritual assessment approach. So we all know spirituality is important component of our life. In Ishopadesh, it is said, Ahara nidra bhayamaitunam cha samanyayukta shubhira naranam dharmo itesham adhiko vishesho dharmena iha pashubhira saman. The meaning or translation of this shloka is eating, sleeping, sex, and defense. These four principles are common to both human beings and animals. The distinction between human life and animal is that a man can search after God, but an animal cannot. That is the difference, and therefore a man without that urge for searching after God is no better than an animal. We all know what is holistic health. In holistic health is harmony and balance in all aspects of health, that is physical, mental, social, and spiritual. Even WHO emphasizes on health, that is health is the state of complete physical, mental, social, and spiritual well-being, and not merely an absence of any disease or infirmity. So what is spirituality? It is a broad concept encompassing values, meaning, and purpose. It is experience when one turns inward to explore the human capacity of honesty, love, caring, wisdom, imagination, and compassion. Spirituality can be described as a human need to search for the meaning and purpose of life. Spirituality comes from spirit and which has several cultural and holistic sources. Some believe that spirituality is the breath of life. Some believe that it is inner life or truth, and some think that it is a divine animation or inner guide. So what is religion? In Oxford Dictionary, it defines that religion as the belief in an or worship of the superhuman controlling power, especially a personal god and gods. This is a specific set of organized beliefs and practices, usually shared by a community or group. Religion is not a synonym for spirituality. Spiritual need. Yes, as my previous our speaker has spoken on, spiritual need is very important in healthcare industry. Spiritual need in healthcare can be separate and distinct from religious one. Spiritual belief may or may not be religious, but most religious individuals are spiritual. Most people, especially when they are faced with illness and the question of life and death, will have spiritual needs and concern that should be viewed as essential to high quality life care. Spiritual need is required to address spiritual needs. Healthcare professionals must understand how each individual fulfill their purpose in life. So some patient, it is it's in non-religious way, and others it is highly religious. Therefore, performing a spiritual assessment help a healthcare professional to learn how spirituality can help the healing process. Spiritual need in hospital setting or religious need could be translated into special diet, not being an mixed gender ward, the availability of place to pray such as temple, hall, etc. The availability of chaplain or spiritual master in patient faith. Spiritual assessment. We all know what is assessment. So assessment is a systematic collection. In spiritual assessment, it is also systematic collection of data regarding spiritual health of an individual, which include subjective and objective data. So subjective data, we all know what patients say about it, and objective, what we observe as a healthcare provider. The spiritual assessment allows healthcare professionals to support patient by tracing empathetic listening, documenting spiritual performances, preferences for future visit, incorporating the precept of patient faith tradition into treatment plan, and encouraging patient to use the resource of their spiritual tradition for overall wellness. So what are the purposes of spiritual assessment? To find out level of consciousness of an individual, to assess the power within individual, to explore the meaning of life, to find the impact of spirituality on health, to identify spiritual crisis, to help determine the patient's need for spiritual care, and to find out the impact of crisis on spirituality and vice versa. WHO, who perform the spiritual assessment? Yes, physician, nurses, and other healthcare professionals can perform the spiritual assessment. Now we will discuss about the subjective data. What subjective data? If we are going to ask to the patient when patient is admitted in the hospital, so does the patient or client talk about the spiritual need of concern, whether he required, as the previous speaker, Madam Achrekar has told, we should not impart or the force the spirituality on the patient, but the need of the patient should come from his mouth, or he should be, he should talk about his requirement about spirituality. So verbalize feeling about God, faith, or prayer. Does the patient feel that the illness affect feeling about God? Does patient find any particular religious practice helpful, like chanting, reading of the scripture, etc.? Does the patient belong to any specific religious group or faith of community, like Christianity, Hinduism, etc.? Have someone or something to turn for help or hope? Or does the patient or client feel lonely, depressed, or abandoned? We are going to ask patient, does patient feel separated from spiritual connection? Does he express bitterness or self-belittling thought, blame for illness? Because this is usually happen when we are feeling, ill health. We blame other or the God even. Why this is for me only? I am doing good. I am a good person. Why it's happened to me like that? So question the whether question the validity of faith, verbalize inner conflict about belief, question the credibility of religious system. He has any doubt on the religious belief, etc. Does patient view illness as a form of punishment from God? Does he have a form of belief that foster or weaken the faith and trust, or foster or weakness self-esteem? Whether patient does express a preoccupation with thought of faith and illness? Whether does he have access to spiritual resource like spiritual master, spiritual counselor, etc. So these are the spiritual data we are going to ask when patient is get admitted in hospital. So what objective data we are going to observe in patient? We are going to find out, does the patient or client pray every day as per his practice? Whether he is reading religious material like Bible, Quran, etc. Does he have religious material nearby like rosary, religious medal, beads, etc.? Does he express a reluctance to participate in spiritual or spiritual religious ritual like participating in prayer, participating in visiting temple, or help, visiting spiritual counselor, etc.? Whether he express anger or resentment towards religious or spiritual leaders? Or we are going to observe whether patients sleep restlessly or have disturbing dreams. So these are the various subjective and objective data we are going to find from the patient, and based on it, we are going to provide spiritual care to the patient. So we have n number of spiritual assessment tool, online and offline. I am going to discuss few of them. American Family Physician has become, that is FICA, spiritual history taking tool, in which F for faith or belief, I for importance and influence, C for community, community, and A for address. So in faith or belief, we are going to ask, what is your faith or belief? Or is it important in your life? Does it play a role in regaining health? In importance of influence, we are going to ask whether this spirituality or faith is going to influence in his health or not. In community, we are going to ask whether this person, individual, is part of any community, specific community, etc., such as any religion he is following, such as Hinduism or Christianity, etc. And in address, we are going to ask patient, how would you like me, your healthcare provider, to address this issue in your healthcare? So these are the questions we are going to ask in FICA, that is faith, importance, community, and address. Another spiritual assessment tool, which is my previous speaker had made this presentation easy for me. So I'm not going to discuss detail about the hope because he has explained it very nicely. That is hope, H for source of hope, O for organized religion, P for personal spirituality or practices patients are doing, and E for effect on medical care or end of life issue. Another tool which I am going to discuss, that is spiritual assessment scale, that is SAS, is standardized instrument that measures the construct of spiritual well-being that contain 21 atoms organized into 3 subscales, that is personal faith, religious practice, and spiritual containment. Each subscale has 7 atoms and it is developed by O'Brien in 2011. This scale organized with Likert scale having 5 digits, that is the response will be categorized in strongly agree, uncertain, disagree, and strongly disagree, and which is validated and statistically reliable by the Conch alpha coefficient score is 91.7, which shows strongly positive. And many of them, which I have gone through the research, they have used this scale, that is SAS. This is the glimpse of spiritual assessment scales, which are having a 21 question with Likert scale. So spiritual assessment care rating scale, which is developed by McSherry and Draper in 1997. It contains a total 17 atoms and the subsection such as spirituality and spiritual healing, religiosity, and personal care. This is also well-known tool most of the researchers are using nowadays. It has also 5 Likert scale, and it has a reverse scoring for 4 atoms in this scale. This is another tool which mostly used, that is Spirit, which emphasizes on spiritual belief system, personal spirituality, integration with a spiritual community, rituals and restriction, spirituality required for healthcare, such as some patients may not like the vegetarian diet, some may not like non-vegetarian diet or vegetarian, or some may have a restriction in when we are providing healthcare, such as he may not like the blood, he may like only from his own relatives, not from other caste or religion. So this restriction of the patient we have to consider while providing healthcare. So implication of implication of spirituality and religion for medical care and terminal event planning. So at the end of life, how the person is going to get the spiritual assessment. This is about the spirit, and this is the combination of the both, that is FICA and hope tool. So another tool which I have come across is spiritual distress assessment tool. So spiritual distress develops when there are unmet spiritual needs, which lead lead to a disturbance in person's spiritual state. The spiritual distress assessment tool aims to uncover an unmet spiritual need and determine the presence of spiritual distress. The higher degree in which a spiritual need stay unmet, the greater the level of disturbance in spiritual state, and the higher degree of spiritual distress is the experienced by the patient. So how does a spiritual assessment improve healthcare? We all believe, yes, spirituality improve the health of individual. The introduction of spirituality in the nurse-patient relationship can help build trust and understanding, which broaden the scope of the nurse-patient relationship and increase its effectiveness in care. A spiritual assessment can help reveal spiritual and emotional challenges affecting mental and physical health. It recognizing and handling spiritual issue may teach how to tap into an effective source of coping and healing. Spirituality can help to provide comfort during time of illness and can also improve quality of life of client. So now my colleagues, Mr. Rajesh Kadam is going to present on spiritual care at Bhaktivedanta Hospital. Sir has done BA, PD, PG, DPC, MS, counseling and psychotherapy. He is working since 2.5 decades in spiritual care and implementing spiritual care in hospital. He is work as a HOD of spiritual care. Hand over to sir.
So, thank you very much, Dr. Bhadrapriya ji, and thank you everyone actually to squeeze in some time for me to explain how the spiritual care is offered in the Bhaktivedanta Hospital in the Bhaktivedanta model. So up till now we were speaking about why, the why of the topic, why it is important, the purpose, and how to bring in meaning in the life. Because when the people, and also we spoke about what. So right now, exactly how we make it happen, the spiritual assessment, that is what I'll be speaking here. So whatever we do in Bhaktivedanta Hospital, it is based mainly from the teachings of the Bhaktivedanta book trust books. That is, those are written by the founder Acharya of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami. So our care basically is generic. The spiritual care that is offered is generic, whether the person is an agnostic or if he is a theist or an atheist, or even in theist, there are various levels. So first assessing at what level, because people when they speak, through their words, we understand their thoughts, their feelings, their needs, and that is how we can actually assess. So talking to the person is the first most important we can say tool for assessing the patient's spirituality. So the principles, the broad principles of Bhaktivedanta model is that there is no discrimination on basis of religion, sex, age, or belief in God. It accepts common broad principles of all major religions. The care is manifested through environment, so through food, through holy sound vibration, then emotional care, which is offered by all the staff members, not just the spiritual care assistant, but right from the doctor, the nurse, the ward boys, the security, the floor facilitators, everyone. So that training is required throughout for everyone. So at induction also, there is this spiritual induction, very, very important. So then direct spiritual needs of the individual, whatever is required, that is also assessed. The basis of the Bhaktivedanta model, basic, that is the main foundation on which the care is given, is on these very, very important principles. The first one, the most foremost, is that God exists and that He is the most kind person. So, and everyone needs spiritual care. Even if a person is atheist, even he requires spiritual care, because the existence of soul is a very, very scientific aspect which is necessary to be proven, which we have got n number of courses in the Bhaktivedanta Hospital, which speaks about the existence of soul. And therefore, with that scientific faith that the doctors carry in the hospital, this spiritual care, it is known that it is required by everyone, though of course it is not forced upon that person, but still the awareness is, it happens once the person just enters the hospital. It starts with the ambience. Then the third principle is, as you sow, so shall you reap. The laws of karma are intricate. Every individual is a part and parcel of God and is connected through service. The holy name is the medium of connecting with the Lord. So if the spiritual care is to be offered to ensure spiritual health, what is spiritual health basically? If we have to understand what is physical health, then we see the BP should be 120/80, the temperature should be 97 point something, then there should be pulse rate, it should be something, the hemoglobin should be between 12 and 14. So that actually ensures the physical health. But how to know what is spiritual health? So spiritual health is known by what is the faith of the person. What is the amount of faith? How much grateful does he feel? How much is the tolerance in him? How much is the humility? So all these things, the person, even if he may be, fourth stage of cancer and he must be in excruciating pain, but even then, his spiritual health can be 100%. He can be spiritually 100% fit. So those things we have to assess. So this picture is the center of our hospital actually. This is the temple where many of the patients and the patients' relatives, they visit and they offer prayers to the Lord. As I said, the general ambience. So we have got speakers through which our beloved Srila Prabhupada's kirtans go through throughout the hospital, and this is like a spiritual therapy that is offered to one and all. Then we have got the spiritual paintings, which are the spiritual windows, to the spiritual world. And we have got the lacto-vegetarian sanctified diet, which is offered to all the patients. That also helps them to grow spiritually. And as I said, for the spiritual, not only the spiritual ambience, but also people who are spiritual in nature, who are sattvic, and who are having a wonderful, good gestures towards the patient. A person with a smiling face can offer good spiritual care. It starts with just smiling. So when will the person smile? When he's satisfied, and when he himself is hopeful, when he himself is tolerant. So all these are values which needs to be cultivated in a team. And therefore we have got 3 shifts and a general shift. So all the shifts, they start with prayers in our hospital. And then once they join, they offer flowers to Srila Prabhupada. We offer them prasadam and attar, chandan. And with that, they start the day. We greet each other. We announce the birthdays of our staff. We greet them. We also announce the accomplishments, good achievements of our staff, and they are appreciated. So in this way, when the atmosphere around the hospital is made positive, then that same can also percolate to the patients. We also celebrate many festivals in our hospital. So that brings unity amongst the staff, and also there is jubilance and knowledge of spirituality. So when there is a culture of knowledge, when there is a culture of devotion, then spirituality to grow and become established in that organization becomes easy. So as I said, there are different levels of spirituality. It starts with non-believers. There are atheists, there are agnostics. In believers, this comes from the Taittiriya Upanishad. There are Panchakosha. That means there are 5 layers, 5 sheets of holistic health. So Annamaya Kosh, that when we speak about Annamaya Kosh, it speaks about the material body that we see in the mirror every day. But then inside that, there are 4 more layers of bodies which are very subtle, which cannot be seen. But even though they don't, they are not seen, we can actually understand their existence by logic. So Pranamaya Kosh, it is about the physiology. Vijnanmaya Kosh or Jnanmaya Kosh is about the, or we can also say Manomaya Kosh, that is about the mental realm. Then Vijnanmaya Kosh is about the wisdom level, the intellectual level. And Anandamaya Kosh, it is about the individual determinant of the person. When the person, when we speak, who am I? So am I a boy, or am I a Hindu or a Christian or a Muslim, or am I a staff or an employee or an employer, or am I a businessman, or I'm a girl or a boy? So that individual determinant of that person, so that is also one layer of ignorance that is encompassing the soul. So while the assessment is done, so it doesn't separate the physical aspect and the medical need of the patient. The assessment is done through documentation of lifestyle chart. So daily there is assessment, and then intervention, and then reassessment, and again intervention. So how do we do that? First, there has to be a proper relationship with the patient. So we build a rapport with the patient, we meet, we give some gifts, we give them prasadam, and that is how we start talking with the patient. When the patient sees the wonderful gesture of the spiritual care assistant, he starts speaking, and then while talking, we try to assess the patient's needs. Then there is also reading of spiritual scriptures. So if the patient is a Hindu, we try to find out the possibility of reading any, some paragraph from a scripture, which actually further, pushes to have a spiritual discussion on any spiritual topic. So first, of course, the condition of the patient is seen, the pain of the patient, the resting need of the patient, everything is assessed, and then after that, the permission is sought. And when the patient's enthusiasm is spelled out by him, then yes, this reading of books as per the need is done. And then, of course, the supreme medicine. So chanting the holy names of the Lord is the universal principle. Like we can see even in the Christian faith, there is chanting of the holy names of the Lord on rosary. Even the Muslims, they chant on tasbih. And in a similar way, even the Hindus, they chant on tulsi beads or rudraksha bead. So chanting is a universal that is calling helplessly for the mercy of the Lord. This actually has, our researches has shown that it actually helps in having favorable enzymes and, in the body, which gives, hope further in the treatment. So for the patient, also as well for the relative of the patient. In caring for the patient before operation. So pre-op ward, also we meet the patient where they are sometimes in anxiety, sometimes they have some queries, sometimes they just require someone to hold their hand, and pray for them. So this is what we, in last 18 years, I have seen that in operation theaters, if this care is offered, then it becomes very much easier for the person to further, follow up and have their assessment. During end of life, of course, there are so many things. You can see a voice box near the patient's ears. So there is continuous mantra chanting, there is reading of Bhagavad Gita, there is offering of Ganga Jal, Tulsi leaves, and also the relatives of the patient, they are also counseled. So they are told about the 6 loving exchanges that they need to do with the patient. They must be speaking to the patient, how much they love the patient. And they also, because the patient is not in the mood of speaking, even they should be speaking for the patient, that how much the patient has loved them throughout the life. Then they should also ask for forgiveness for whatever wrongs they have done towards the patient. Then the 4th loving exchange is, forgiving the patient for whatever the patient may think that he has done wrong to them. So that is the fourth loving exchange. Then the fifth loving exchange is, telling the patient that not to worry about anything, everything and everyone will be taken care of. And last is that they will miss you. The patient will be missed because he had brought a very, very positive difference in everyone's life when he lived. So he was really having a dignified, presence in the society. So speaking these words to the patient is the six loving exchanges that a person, the caretaker, should be doing with the patient. Similarly, we have got a Rath Yatra. The Lord himself meets the patient bed to bed, and there is a spiritual connection. So the patient, they offer flowers and receive prasad in return. So this activity is a very favorite activity of all the patients. Sometimes when our Rath doesn't reach the wards, there is immediately a phone call at 5:30, that why the Rath is not there in the wards today. So that means there is actually a connection that has happened between the Lord and the patient. So even in Diwali, in the Kartik Mass, the patients offer ghee lamp to the patient, to the Supreme Lord. Here we can see a person with a fracture in his hand. He is so enthusiastic to offer ghee lamp to the Lord. So this gives a tremendous hope. Hope is generated in the patient just by the darshan of the Lord. So this has proved to be a successful spiritual therapy. Then our spiritual care assistants also, there is so much of demand from the patients that the spiritual care assistant visit home and meet them. Even after, when they were there in the hospital, the amount of love that they receive from the spiritual care assistant, that actually, makes them call the spiritual care assistants even at their home and have kirtan for them. So this is the match formula that we have, on which our hospital actually works. MATCH. Here the H is missing. So M is mercy, A is austerity, T is truthfulness, and C is cleanliness, and H is the holy chants. So while following these four regulative principles, no meat eating, no intoxication, no gambling, and no illicit sex, and then chanting the holy names of the Lord, through these principles, the spirituality is actually ensured not only in the patients, but also in the healthcare industry. So spiritual assessment that I was talking about. So when we talk about spiritual assessment, there are 5 indicators of the Panchakosh. As I said, there are 5 existences, the holistic approach, it involves all the 5 aspects. So when we assess the physical indicators of spirituality, they are assessed by these 6 questions. I maintain my eating schedule daily, always regular, regular, irregular, highly irregular. My excretion of waste from body is natural and timely. So always regular, regular, irregular, highly irregular. My weight is excess according to my doctor. It is perfect, little more, overweight, excessive. My skin is clear without acne, marks, boils, pimples, etc. Very clear, little unclear, some marks, pimples or boils or acne. Too many of pimples, boils or acne. Then 5th is I feel hungry at meals time. So too much, little, don't feel hungry at all. And this last question for the Annamay Kosh, that is a physical indicator, is I experience pain in the body. So I don't feel, rarely, sometimes, and always. Then just like we have got the physical indicators, there also are physiological indicators of holistic health. So what time do I sleep at night? So is it between 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. or 10 p.m. to 11 or 1 p.m. to 12 p.m. or after 12 p.m. So sorry, there is some. It should be 11, not 1 p.m. So is it between 1 a.m. to 12 p.m. and then after that, after 12 p.m. Then comes the next question: when do I wake up? Is it between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. or it is between 6 and 7, or say between 7 and 8, or it is beyond 8? Do I do physical exercise, yogasan, daily, weekly, monthly, or don't do? Then how talented I am at work? Or what, and then what is the nature of my work? That also we try to assess. And my activities other than the professional work that enriches my life, hobbies, sports, extracurricular activities, all those, whether they are regularly carried on or often, or irregular or highly irregular. And what are those activities? So we try to understand the person more through his physiology. Then comes the monomai kosh, that is the psychological indicators. So I'm satisfied with my spouse, then I can handle stress at work. People who love and understand me are available easily. My efforts with difficulty won't meet. I'm motivated in life by what? So they write in 1 or 2 sentences. Then main causes of my stress. What are they can just tick, multiple ticks also are allowed: financial, career, personal, marital health, and then physical health, then family, then others. And my stress relaxation techniques, what are they? Media, do I meditate, or do I listen to music, or pranayam, or yoga, or talking to someone, or shopping? So all these aspects, or mention any other if they have any. So we ask them about all these things. Then comes the conscience indicator, at the level of intelligence, at the level of wisdom. So my relationship with alcohol, don't drink occasionally whenever in stress. My association with non-vegetarian food, my association with smoking, my tobacco chewing habit. I handle conflicts with my loved ones easily, with difficulty, can't handle. And then time spent at screen other than profession. So how much is it? 30 minutes to 1 hour, or 1 hour to 2 hours, or more than 2 hours? Then do I read books? And then do I listen to discourses on wisdom and spirituality? So all these indicators, speak about the person's conscience. And last is the individual determinant, as I said, the Anandamay Kosh, which speaks about the person's chitta, or the false ego. So these questions are like, what are my spiritual practices? How do I do all these things? Daily, weekly, occasionally, and please specify if possible. We try to understand more from them, what exactly they do. Am I peaceful? My life has been meaningful. Strongly agree, disagree. Then difficulties have strengthened my faith and spiritual beliefs and practices. Then my contributions to society, to the nation, if any, and I am grateful to. So they can write down maybe a sentence or a paragraph or even 1 page, not a problem. So in this way, we try to understand the person holistically to ensure the spiritual health. So just now I was speaking about spiritual health. So, I have epitomized into anagram, that is wise cure. So working for a higher cause, inner satisfaction, self-understanding, equanimity, connection with ultimate reality, universal service attitude, reciprocal relationships, and ethical living. So if a person, he has these accomplishments, if he achieves this, if he attains this in his lifetime, actually he is a very, very spiritually healthy person. Over to Dr. Bhadrapriyaji again.
These are some research evidence on spiritual care. In Bhaktivedanta Hospital, as sir mentioned, that we are having a spiritual care department, and also we are known to be for the research activity. So we have many spiritual researches done on the patient. So a few of them I'm going to present. A study done on evaluation of effect of spiritual care on patient with generalized anxiety and depression. A randomized control study has been done, and the aim of this study was to assess the effect of spiritual care in patient with depression and anxiety. Study result shows that regards to spiritual care therapy group, statistically significant difference observed between baseline and second visit, thus significantly reducing symptom of anxiety and depression, and thus patient feel better and improve anxiety and depression. Second study, a study done on spiritual care therapy on quality of life in cancer patient and their healthcare giver. It was a prospective cohort study, and study result shows that statistically significant increase in quality of life and spiritual well-being score in both patient and their relatives. Another study on efficacy on spiritual care therapy in patient undergoing percutaneous transluminal coronary angioplasty. A randomized controlled clinical study has been done, and the result of this study found that there is a statistically significant lower depression score among patients during study period and shorter the length of hospital stay in spiritual group. So these are the few studies. We have done many studies on spirituality, which is emphasizes on the importance of spirituality in healthcare industry. So in conclusion, nurses as the biggest member of healthcare team, we spend more time with the patient than do other healthcare provider. We must recognize the spiritual need of the patient as a domain of nursing care, which broaden the scope of the patient relationship, nurse-patient relationship, and increases its effectiveness and can improve quality of life. We thank you to wonderful and interesting participant who listening our topic patiently, and also we thanks to the organizer, especially Ma'am Anita and Dr. Manisha and the other health team member who are organized this, and also the collaboration which this workshop has been collaborated with the Maharashtra Nursing Council and the NHCA Singapore for organizing such a wonderful international conference on spirituality, a nursing perspective, making it visible. And I hope we, both of us, try to visible the spirituality in clinicals. Thank you for giving us an opportunity. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for explaining various spirituality assessment tools, which you have explained in details. Even if you explain the spiritual distress assessment tool also. And thank you so much, Dr. Rajesh Katam, for sharing the holistic care offered in your institute. It is really wonderful. You're doing a very great job. And the principles, you explained very well the principles of the Bhakti Vedanta model. And we would like to see more, and we would like to even have a visit on your hospital also, because you are really doing a great job. And you explained the indicators also of the holistic care. Thank you so much for giving your valuable time for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Any question from participant?
If anybody have any questions, kindly put it on the chat box.
I hope everybody understood our session, and there is no question now, but anytime you can put it in inbox, or you can contact us. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, the one question has arisen. Do you conduct any certification courses for nurses?
Yes, we have. Sir will explain it.
So we have got a 4 days certificate course for nurses. It is 6 days, 6 hours every day, and like that 4 days we have. And there are like various, there are lectures, then there are PPT presentations, there are games, and there are many workshops and discussions. So this will be happening now in the next month. anyone who would like to participate in that, they can give their names through Bhadrapriya madam. We'll be very happy to see. And also there is bedside training also offered in spirituality. So it will help all the nurses. It has been happening since last 15 years. So many student nurses, even from Tata, KEM, and many places, nurses have come and received this training and got certificate from us. So that will be next month. The dates are not yet finalized, but you can give your names. We'll be very happy to receive.
You can contact me. You can take my number from Dr. Manisha. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir.
Till now, we have seen different aspects of spirituality, the need of spiritual care in patient care, and we have seen the difference between religion and spirituality. So we have seen that patient spirituality plays a frequent and salient role in terminal and advanced illness also. Spiritual care is an essential domain of palliative care. So here we have Dr. Pawan Mittal to talk on the topic. Dr. Pawan Mittal is Program Director and Behavior Psychologist in National Healthcare Academy. National Healthcare Academy, Singapore headquarters, ISO 2993, ISO 911 certified world's eminent training and certificate provider. NHCA is accredited by several international organizations like Ecofin Healthcare, APAC, Error Protocols, Healthiness, Cogwheel Power, OncoCare, UASL, UK, International Accreditation Services, International Accreditation Forum. So NHCA has partnered with cooperative hospital like and nursing homes, colleges, NGOs for best skill development. Alumni placed in different management and clinical jobs in most of the NABH and JCA hospitals and NGOs. Dr. Pawan Mittal has done his bachelor's degree from Government Medical College, Nagpur. Later, he pursued MBA from KJ Somaiya Institute of Management. Sir has mastered Black Belt, Lean Six Sigma to his credit. Sir has several years of experience as clinical behavioral psychologist. Dr. Mittal is founder of RSV Healthcare and country portfolio manager at Pfizer. The long profile, sir. So, sir has several books to his credit as author: clinical psychology book, practical counseling book, marriage test book, marriage to relationship counseling book, couple activity book, Six Sigma Black Belt Healthcare book, quality control management in healthcare book are some of them. Over to you, sir. Sir, please unmute.
Thank you, ma'am. Really appreciate Tata Memorial Hospital, Tata College Group, and Maharashtra Nursing Council. Thank you for collaborating with NHCA, Singapore National Healthcare Academy, one of the world's eminent training and certification provider. Today, all of the speakers are awesome, and we will learn something about what are the practical aspects for someone going through grief. Especially in oncology segment, you will see parents or the children or they themselves or the clients or the patients they themselves are grieving. Ma'am, can you please stop the screen sharing? I will share my screen then. When you are born, when you are a child, this is a very interactive session. Next 45 minutes, you will enjoy it. I promise you. And you are going to love it. So if you are on live stream or you are on Zoom, interact. If you are doing some work, get online, start your camera, ask questions on the chat. You will love it. 45 minutes will be good. When you are born, when you are young, life is like this, clean slate. Your mind, your heart, your soul, everything is clean. You are newborn, you are enjoying the life. You are trying to do something. As you grow, toddler, 8 years, 10 years, you start painting something. You go to school, you make friends, you develop relations, and you try to find some meaning. You do something. And you try to paint your life, right? You are a child, you are trying to paint your life. It's not necessary that every painting is going to be good. It's not necessary that every painting is going to be such a marvelous thing or something good, beautiful, right? Sometimes it happens, your painting is going to be just an average, but at least you are living your life. But suddenly, the grief strikes. You lose something, you lose someone, you lose yourself. And that's what happens in the life. Time does not heal. Anything, any consolation will not heal. There is a grieving process, it heals. What you need is to identify a new purpose, new meaning to the life. You cannot remove this black dot. You paint anything, this black dot will always be visible. You do anything, this black dot will always be visible. What you need to do is go through the grief process. It takes time. For some people, 6 months. For some people, 4 years. Take your own time. There is no competition. Don't compare. Take a break from life. Go through the grieving process. Find some meaning. Find some purpose in life. Try to find some hobby to express your emotions. Write a journal. And try to find purpose around the grieving spot. try to paint something around it. And while you're painting, this green, this black will always be tending your other purpose. It's okay. Your life is not going to be the same as it was supposed to be when you were not grieving. It is not going to be like that. Your life, your new purpose, your new meaning is always going to be revolving around the grief now. And some of the components of the grief, some of the black color will always streak your new purpose, new life. It's okay. This is your new life. And that is the objective of a grief counselor. That is the objective of a psychologist, a nurse, a doctor treating the onco patient or oncology cancer child. Right? Now, a question to every one of you. When did you face grief? What are the instances when a person faces grief? Is it in life or it's in death? Please reply in the chat. YouTube people, wow, very active. Zoom people, average active. Get active. If you're active, you are favorite. That's so nice. YouTube, a lot of people are very active. Good to see. Around more than 1,000 audience is there today for this session. Very good. So grief happens in life as well as death. A person can undergo grief when there is a bereavement in the family, a loss of someone, or someone the person loves is diagnosed with a disease or terminal illness or an accident. It can be for self or for a loved one. Awareness of a short expectancy of a loved one. A parent realizes that the child is not going to survive longer. Grief. It is the grief will not wait for the child to die. The grief has started today at the diagnosis. That is why it is very important for especially an oncology surgeon or a heart surgeon to announce that with empathy. Announce that to the parents by understanding that the parent will start undergoing the grief process while taking care of this deceased child. Separation due to divorce. Separation from the child because of custody battle after divorce. One of the parent is going to go through the grief, and not the parent, but also the child is going to undergo grief. That's why those who learn marriage counseling course, we have the wonderful program, masterclass school, marriage relationship counseling and family therapy. In this program, we emphasize that not only the marriage counselor role is not only to facilitate get together of a couple, but also to facilitate their divorce without traumatizing their psychological well-being, without affecting the emotions of the child, without affecting or minimizing the effect on the child. So that is what our marriage counselors learn from us. Separation due to breakup or inevitable situation, right? It can be because with the business partner, it can be with someone loved or an affair or after the marriage or with a sibling. The parents decide after the divorce, they will take one sibling. Everyone is grieving here. You need to understand that process, right? And this grief is not going to heal with time. This grief will stay there for lifetime and probably beyond. Because as per Kobler model, the grieving process goes through 5 stages. And those stages are, everyone read this, denial. You refuse, the client refuses to accept or agree that there is a disease, someone has died, or something mischief has happened. There is a denial. Then there is an anger, right? The second step is anger on self, anger on others. And that anger has to come out while through the grieving process. Bargaining, trying to bargain with yourself. Okay, it could have been worst, but at least this happened. It could have been the loss of everyone in the family, but only one person lost. It could have been lost at early age. That person would have died at an early age, but died now. Bargaining with self, all trying to understand self or explaining self or trying to live with the scenario, what has happened. Bargaining with the circumstances, bargaining with everything, right? Then the process goes to the depression, which is the worst. You ask a rheumatoid arthritis patient who has also suffered a depression. You ask, okay, all your diseases are gone, all your slate is clean. This is your clean slate. Okay, now the God gives you two options. One option is either you take depression as your suffering or you take rheumatoid arthritis as your suffering. Which one will you choose? The person who has suffered both the disease will say rheumatoid arthritis, because when you are depressed, you don't want to get up from the bed. You don't want to wake up. You don't want to brush your teeth. You don't want to bath. You don't want to comb. You don't want to live. You don't know what to do. You don't have purpose. Right? That's bad depression is that. You may have some dream, but you're forgotten that. Right? It's dementia is one thing, losing your memory. Depression is like losing yourself, losing your motive, losing your thing to walk. Broken spirit, that's the worst thing to live. A dead person walking, that is a depression, right? Only difference is that a dead person walking is at least walking. The depressed person might find it difficult even to walk, even to wake up, even to rise up from the bed. That's a challenge. And then comes the phase acceptance. Okay, thing has happened, life has to go, life has to continue, accept. Before this, between this depression and acceptance, there is a high risk of suicidal tendency. If that person is able to get the support from either a psychologist, a counselor, or a doctor, or a family, friend, or self willpower, then this acceptance phase comes. Otherwise, the broken spirit continues, or there is a suicidal tendency. Right? When the acceptance happens, the person tries to find the meaning in life, trying to paint things, right? And try to find new purpose, new meaning, new gesture, new hobby, new job, new life, new partner, new child, all those things, right? It is very important if a couple loses a child, not to encourage the couple to have the next child immediately, because the mother or the father or both of them will be going through complete process, and the newborn, the second child, will have to undergo all this process with the mother. That is why it is necessary to come to the acceptance level. And to come to acceptance level, it might take 6 months to 4 years. For average, most commonly it takes around 4 to 6 weeks. Now there are some lies. A grieving person is told. You might have heard this. Someone is telling to someone, or you might have told to someone. Don't do that. Time heals. Time never heals. Tell a mother, go to a mother who has lost her 10-year child or 15-year child. Go to a parent who has a single child and they have lost a 15-year-old child. Tell a parent whose child was learning in IIT or a Harvard, and while in second year or while doing the Harvard, they lost the child in the accident. Tell them that time is going to heal. Time is not going to heal. The another lie people say to a grieving person, it's okay. It's not okay. It's not okay. The spirit has broken, the life has broken. Person cannot live, cannot find the meaning. There is a huge black spot, and this black spot is not limited to this. This black spot is completely corrupting. Complete black spot is there, according to them. It's not okay. It's very difficult to come back from this and try to paint it. At least come to this level. It's very difficult. They had certain dreams, everything is broken. One more lie people say, I understand. You can never understand what a grieving person is going through. A person who had a heartbreak, she or he realizes what has happened. A person who is going through divorce will realize what has happened. A person going through a bereavement or acknowledgement of a disease will only understand what has happened with them. No one else can understand. Right? So avoid these lies. Then there are certain points, around 16 points I have written today. What are the things you should avoid to a grieving person? Write down in the chat on the YouTube channel as well as Zoom. What are the things you don't want to say to a grieving person? Start writing. 30 seconds. The best answer will get that with your name. I will announce that this is the best answer. Start writing. Don't worry, even if your answer is wrong, it's okay. Try to paint something. Very good, very good. YouTube people very active. They are writing everything fast. Wow, it seems that those who are on YouTube's live stream, they are typing very faster than the Zoom people. Okay, come on. Wow, that's good. Who writes the best answer? It's not okay. Correct. Yes, very good. Very good. Try to shift your focus. You will be fine. Be strong. Take care of yourself. Come on. Cannot take care of yourself. Everything. I'm with you is a good answer. So today, this question right now is what you should not say to the grieving person. What you should not say. Very good. Say strong. You can be strong. Be positive. No, a person cannot be positive. Very good. There is a lot of things to do in life. No, there is nothing. Okay, the person has loved one is lost. There is nothing remaining in life. So at least there was something remaining at the time of the grief. As the process goes on, right? As the process goes on, this everything is gone. So the complete life is gone. There is nothing remaining in life. Very good. So not to say I understand things. So there are around 16 things. Today we will learn what are the things you should not say to the grieving person. Going to a person and asking, how are you doing? She will start crying, you know, because she doesn't have the answer. There is no second answer to this, right? There is only one answer. Then going to a person and saying, you will be okay after a while, and she will look at you seriously. And then another is that if someone dies because of accident or some foolish thing or something, or a divorce or something, then saying that that other person has brought this on herself. Okay. So that is very wrong to say. Another thing, very interesting, people go and say, I understand how you feel. Come on, you can never understand what a person is going through. You shouldn't feel that way. That is the terrible thing today. Say, it is like invalidating. So the person has some feeling. She feels that this is a validation. This is a feeling I will have. And saying that you shouldn't feel that way. That is called invalidating your feeling. Never do that. Stop crying. Wrong. Crying is one of the way to let your feelings wash away, to let your feelings come out. And it is absolutely normal to cry. If there is a grieving person, either because of a deceased loved one or because of a critical loved one or a dead loved one, bereaved, you should say, it's okay to cry. I cannot understand the pain what you're going through. I can never imagine the pain what you're going through. And it's okay to cry. It's okay not to be strong. It's okay to show your weakness. It's okay to cry in front of others. It's okay to feel sad. Everything is okay. Whatever you feel, whatever you do, it's okay. I am with you. I will be with your support. You need anything from me, I will be there. Though I cannot understand what you are going through, though I can never relate how you are feeling, but I am with you. You say this statement. These are very powerful statements that gives energy. And if you are working in oncology segment like Tata Hospital, the highest or the biggest oncology hospital. So if you are working in that segment, if you're a nurse or a doctor or a psychologist, don't go to a parent of a cancer child and say, सब कुछ ठीक हो जाएगा भैया, आंटी सब ठीक हो जाएगा. Don't say that. Things are not going to be okay. You also know that. They also know that. Another way people say is, at least he is in heaven now. He is in better place. You know, the earth was hell, so now the person is in heaven. There are many people who live long, and some people they die young. Then another way is, Probably that person was so good that God wanted him to be with him. Come on. This grieving person doesn't want God to have that person. This grieving person wants that loved one to be with her, not with the God. Right? So these are the fancy things to say. Don't say that. Another terrible thing to say is that you meet a grieving person after 1 year or 6 months at some event or some social place or your college or your workplace, and you say, aren't you over yet? He has been dead for a while. This is not a Saas Bahu serial, right? This is not some TV serial where that another boyfriend, another husband or someone else will come. This is real life. People do not get over. It takes time to accept. Another way is to say there is a reason for everything. They don't care. They don't care for reason at all now. They don't want the reason. They want that person back. They cannot accept that person has died. They cannot accept the reality. And saying that person there is a reason for your death of the loved one, no, not acceptable. Right? Because that person is asking why this has happened to me. Why? Right? That question is going on, and that is with a lot of anger, frustration, depression, everything. Right? And you cannot go and say to that person, there is a reason for everything. Come on, it cannot happen. Because the question is why? Why it has happened to me? That is the question she is asking. Do you have the answer? You don't have. The biggest lie of the time. Read everyone. Never ever say to a person who has a loved one going through tough phase or disease or dying or already bereaved. Never ever say this statement. These are the typical statements. You go to a friend, and if she had or he had a breakup or a divorce, and you say this, you are still young, you will find someone else. You are still young, you will have another children because you lost one. Terrible, terrible. You will do better next time in love. Not good, not good. You see your friend who is grieving because of a loss of a pet animal. It can be a parrot, dog, cat, lion, tiger, any pet animal she owns. And you go and say, it was just an animal, you can get another one. Terrible thing. No. That pet animal, either it was a dog, cat, parrot, it was part of the family, it was part of the heart. The person has taken care of that pet as she would have taken care of her child. Probably she has sacrificed something equally, or at least something for that pet. There is a bond which can never be forgotten. There are certain memories which can never be forgotten. She has got the love, unconditional love from this pet. She can never replace. Another animal cannot substitute. Right? If there are 5 dogs, 1 dog is lost, there is still a pain. If there are 2 dogs, 1 is lost, still there is a pain. Nothing can substitute. If you had a pet, you will realize. How many of you had a pet, either childhood or adult or any of the age time, and you lost it and you grieved? And every year at the death anniversary of the pet, you grieve. How many of you? It happens with you. Write in the chat. And what was the pet name? Write in the chat. Live stream, Zoom, both of you write in the chat. What was the name of your pet? Which animal was it? And do you still grieve for that pet? Or if your pet is still alive, wow, you are very lucky. That's great. Very good. Write everyone. Write in the chat, both the places. I'm reading your charts. This chart will be saved. You know, the average life of a parrot is around 5 to 10 years. I had a parrot for 20 years. 20 years that parrot survived. Till the last date of that parrot, he could speak. And he could speak my name, Pavan, happy birthday, Ram Ram, Mittu, Radhe Radhe, everything. And when we lost, every year I miss him. On my birthday, I feel he's speaking to me. Happy birthday, Pawan. Time cannot heal. I can never forget. And most of my passwords are by his name. His name was Mittu. The integral part of life. My child also remembers him. Another way to say to someone grieving, stay busy, don't think about it. Here the person cannot do brush, cannot go to bathroom, cannot comb, cannot cook, cannot eat. And you are asking that person to find something to get busy. No, it has to happen by self. When the person comes to the acceptance level, that is the phase you can say this thing, not before that. Another way is to damage a person is this. Okay. If you say these statements, read this statement, everyone, 30 seconds. You have to be strong for your spouse, children, mother, someone, and just move on. Wrong. You know why? Because you are not giving time for the person to go through the 5 stages. So you're trying to expedite the process of grieving. And because of this, there are a lot of negative emotions that will build up. And when these negative emotions build up, this person will land up in all these things, right? The person may go into minor depression, major depression, PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety disorder, eating disorder, chronic pain, low academic or work performance, emotional burnout, mental burnout, right? It is very important for every person to go through the grieving process as per the time they need, not as per the time which the society wants, not as per the time which the situation demands. Because if it happens, then you are blocking the negative emotions, and the negative emotions are developing and increasing, and you don't want that, right? You want to have a purposeful, meaningful life. Go through the small steps slowly, and then try to build your life. You don't want a permanent big black. You want this black to remain small and develop things around like that. Now we have seen what are the things you should not say. So there are certain things to say. Everyone read this. 30 seconds. Interesting. YouTube live stream just got around 1500 audience. Wow, that's great. Welcome everyone. Keep writing in the chat. Keep asking the questions. Write your name. Read this slide. 15 more seconds. To get the today's participation certificate, you have to complete the pre-test, which was in the morning, the post-test, which will be after 3 p.m. and then automated participation certificate will be generated. For the nurses, Maharashtra registered nurses who registered on MNC portal, they will get the MNC certificate as well in addition to this participation certificate. This MNC registration credit point certificate will be issued only if you have registered on MNC portal. This is very important now. Everyone pay attention. If you are doing something except saving a patient, unless you are a nurse or a doctor, doing a CPR with the patient, pay attention for next 5 minutes. This will be interesting. Some of the techniques which we teach in our program of psychology counseling. Some of the techniques which we will learn today for a grieving process. It is very important to allow the client to express your painful feelings. So what are the ways to express? Start by allowing your feelings to wash away, either by clapping your hands, either by pressing your palm, cry, scream. Remember, when you scream, scream in the sky, scream in the air. Don't scream at others. Don't transfer your negative emotions to the other. So, accept others, you can scream at the things. You can scream at the inanimate objects also. Remember that some feelings, some thoughts feelings, whatever you are having, it's okay. Go through the process. But there are some thoughts. While going through the process, you may have some negative thoughts, very bad, either to destroy someone, to put your frustration on someone, or to destroy yourself or your life. These are thoughts. They represent either fear or your delusions. Challenge your thoughts. If you get any self-destructing thoughts, challenge your thoughts. Do not follow the self-destructing thoughts. Examples of self-destructive thoughts can be not paying attention to your business or work, not going to the work, not performing, fighting, suicidal thoughts. All these are self-destructive thoughts. Challenge them. Learn to challenge them. So there are techniques which we teach in our CBT program, and there are various ways to do that. Do not avoid the painful feelings. Painful feelings, thoughts, and memories, if you suppress them, they are not good in the long run. They can lead to all of the conditions which we discussed in the previous slide: PTSD, depression, anxiety, eating disorder, and all those things. It is a very good idea to write your feelings, write your thoughts, journal. It is a way to express, it is a way to channelize your thoughts. Very good. Another way is to talk to either a friend or a family or a someone or a therapist. And the therapist has to be trained properly. That therapist should not invalidate your feeling. The therapist should not say, it's okay. The therapist should not say, don't do that. Don't feel that. You're overreacting. These are the very damaging words. If it happens, change the therapist. These are some of the techniques which, these are some of them. So there are a lot of techniques which our students in psychology counseling, fellowship psychology counseling, or emotional wellness coach program, they learn. So these techniques are, some of the techniques are high end, some of them are basic. Today we will learn some of the basic techniques, which you as a nurse, as a doctor, a healthcare professional, a relative of a grieving person can help. A psychologist of a grieving client can help. Find a square or a rectangle. It can be a window. Like what happens many times a grieving person is going through anxiety. They feel apprehension. They feel palpitation, shallow breathing, rapid breathing, heart rate fast. They can feel their own heartbeat. They can hear their heartbeat. They feel that something is pulsating here. If it happens, these are signs of anxiety. They may land up in panic attack. Before it happens, tell them, find a window, find a rectangle. And what you do, find a rectangle. What you do, you go from this point to this point and from this point to this point. Move your eyes without moving your head. Move your eyes. Everyone do this exercise with me. Pay attention now. Sit comfortably in your position or stand wherever you are. For 30 seconds, pay attention. You will learn the very good technique to prevent a panic attack and to manage anxiety. Right? Either you find a window or any of this rectangle or square frame and start from this point to this point. And from this point to this point. Without moving your head, move your eyes. And when you are moving your eyes, breathe in and breathe out. Then again breathe in and breathe out. Right? So everyone do this along with me now. Without moving your head, move your eyes and breathe in. When you breathe in with your stomach. Breathe in slowly. Breathe out. Follow my fingers slowly. Don't blow the candle. So how you will breathe in? No. Slowly. Breathe in with the nose and breathe out with the mouth. Slowly. And when you breathe in, your stomach should come out. Right? So breathe in. Now with this frame, breathe in slowly. Very good. All are doing good. I'm watching you. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. One more time. Breathe in slowly. Breathe out. Very good. Can you feel the effect? This is a very powerful technique. Medically, it reduces your sympathetic system. It activates your vagus nerve and it reduces your heart rate, reduces your respiratory rate, increases the depth of your breathing, and it reduces your palpitation, it reduces your stress hormones, it releases endorphins. You start feeling calm in your control. One more time we will do. Breathe in. Breathe out. Write in the chart, how many of you, we have done it around 5 times, how many of you are feeling the effect? Your thoughts were running very fast and now it seems calm, pace. How many of you feeling this? Write in the chart. What are you feeling? You are feeling calm, peace, relaxed, less heart rate, less thoughts. What are you feeling? Very good. Very good. I like this audience so much. Very engaging audience. And they keep on writing on YouTube as well as chat in Zoom. That's great. That's great to have you all. Now we will learn a very powerful technique. Another 60 seconds, pay attention. I will teach you today another very powerful technique of a breathing exercise to calm down a person from running of thoughts. Sometimes you have thoughts which are running randomly. These are horses, these are like calf, which is running, just jumping, monkey jumping, cannot control. Lot of apprehension, lot of fear is there. Heart rate fast. It looks like the heart will come outside. Mouth is dry. You're breathing very fast. The person next to you can hear you breathing and thinking that, come on, yeah, stop breathing. Like it happens to you or it has happened to someone else? Do this exercise. Okay. It is called 3-5-2. Very powerful technique. Do it with me. Sit comfortably or stand comfortably. Right? Unless you are doing a surgery. Okay. If you're doing surgery, focus on the surgery. So 3-5-2. So what you do is for 3 counts, I will count till 3, 1, 2, 3, and 3 you will breathe in. 1, 2, 3, and for 5 counts you will stop your breath. Hold your breath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You will hold your breath. And for next 2 counts, 1, 2, you will exhale. And when you exhale it slowly. Like this. Okay? Done? We will do this 5 times and find the effect. The whole day this effect will last. For some people, this effect lasts for few hours, for some 24 hours, and for some a week. Very powerful technique. Do this with me. 1, 2, 3, pause. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Release. Slowly release. 1, 2. So do not empty the lungs. We are taking breathe 3 times and releasing for 1 and 2 count. So do not empty the lungs. Again, breathe in. 1, 2, 3. Pause. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Release. 1, 2. Breathe in. 1, 2, 3. Pause. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Release. 1, 2. Smile. If you are doing this, your happy hormones are already started releasing. Smile. More happy hormones will release. Smile. Everyone. Good. That's good. You look very beautiful when you smile. You know that. Very good. That's the way to smile. Beautiful. Again. 1, 2, 3. Pause. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Release. 1, 2. Breathe in. 1, 2, 3. Pause. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale. 1, 2. Breathe in. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Pause. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. I know you are getting addicted to this technique. You are just loving it because your thoughts have stopped. Your mind, the monkey has stopped playing. The monkey is sitting now. The clouds are gone. Your sky is clear. Can you feel that? We do one more time. You can do this as many times you want. Any time of the day. You don't find it, you find it difficult to sleep, you can do this. Again, one more time, everyone synchronize. Everyone reset. Synchronize, start. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Release. 1, 2. Very good. You are loving it. How was the effect? Are your thoughts stopped? Sky is clear. Clouds gone. Monkey is relaxing. The calf has stopped jumping. Heart is cool, calm, relaxed, blissful. Good. Do this. Whenever you see a patient, a client, teach them this technique. Equip them. Right? Very good. Nice. This audience is very lively. They're right on the chart. Very fast typing. Wow, that's great. YouTube is going to flood with all the charts. Great. Walk. So, very easy way is one of the walk. If you tell a client to exercise, they don't want to get up from the bed. They don't want to brush their teeth. So, asking such client to exercise is very wrong. So, just tell walk or tell the relative to take your client for a walk. It can be a small 10 steps or 100 meters. 10 steps is also a big deal. Pray. Prayer is one of the very powerful way to communicate to self, to communicate to the bigger one. Right? Pray. Express your feelings. Channelize your energy. Do some rituals. If you believe in rituals, if you follow it, do it. It takes your mind. It helps your healing process. Write. Write the journal. Right? Find a hobby. Either you paint. So if you see many of the people, many of the artists, they channelize their inner wound, inner emotional wound for either painting, writing, or poem, or becoming artist, or social work. Some of the bigger things they do, right? Shakespeare, many of the painters, many of the big famous artists, if you see, they had gone through bigger emotional traumas in their life, and they have channelized this trauma for a bigger purpose. They have found the purpose. They have realized that though their purpose is going to be tinted with the black color, but they have found it. They have tried making the life beautiful. Right? They try and find purpose and rebuild your life around grief. Grief cannot heal. Grief is going to be there. The loss is going to be there. Around that, try to bring your life. Okay, try to build your life around the grief. More techniques are there in my book, or this particular book on clinical psychology and practical counseling, which is a part of NHCA Singapore courses for psychology counseling. Right? In this, you will learn some of the basic techniques, some of the higher techniques for each condition. Either it is anxiety, depression, OCD, post-traumatic disorder, bipolar disorder, eating disorder, any of the disorders, most of the disorders. For each condition, you will find 20 to 50 tips. How to manage the client. 20 to 50 tips for the client to tell. Then how a conversation between client and a counselor goes on during the session. What are the common questions client will ask? What are the good answers you will give? All these things are there in this book. This is a most practical oriented book on clinical psychology and counseling. This is a part of our program for grief counseling, psychology counseling, and fellowship psychology counseling. If you are interested to know, you can go on the website www.nhca.in or just search NHCA Singapore or just search NHCA or just search psychology counseling courses. You will see our name at the top. And you go to on YouTube also, you will find that many of our students, they have given them this feedback, right? Including the director of the universities, including civil services officers or the aspirants, as well as doctors, physiotherapists, psychologists. They are given the feedback videos for our books. There are different books for different courses, right? For marriage counseling and couple and all, child counseling, and this is for psychology counseling. Okay. How many of you in this present audience, how many of you have read this book? Write in the chat. And how was the book? Very good. So it seems that our students and alumni, they have found the time. Some of them are busy practitioners, directors of big universities, NGO owners, doctors, psychologists. I really appreciate all of you found the time and came for this session. And I really hope you enjoyed this and learned some of the new techniques and how to manage as a nurse, as a doctor, as a psychologist, as a nutritionist, as a relative, as a friend, as a human being. How do you manage someone going through a delicate thing like grief?
Thank you so much, sir. It was a very, very interesting session. And sir, you explained the practical aspect of spirituality, of self-care even. So it is when spirituality concerned, it is most important when someone is in crisis. Otherwise, people are not much, I feel so, not much in spirituality aspect. So we can manage the person who is doing the grieving process. So we will follow your do's and don'ts surely, sir. And I'm very keen to read your books on all these topics, sir. And thank you very much, sir, for this interesting and excellent session. Sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, Tata Medical Hospital, Tata College of Nursing, whole Tata Group, and Maharashtra Nursing Council for collaborating with NHCA for such an interesting topic and inviting all of the awesome speakers. Thank you so much. We have 3 more minutes before the next session. Next session is by Miss Denny Melvin, who is our training director. And before that, any questions anyone asked, or you can write the feedback, whatever you wish. If anyone has any question, we can take 1 or 2 questions.
Dear delegates, if having any doubts, please put in the chat box. And you are requested not to join with your device name. Please join with your own name so that we can provide certificate to you, not your device. And
ensure that to get the certificate, you have to complete the post test. Only after completing the post test, your certificate is generated and it will be automated email to you. So make sure that you write your correct name, email, and mobile number, and your work profile. Around after 3 p.m., we will start sharing the post test link on YouTube stream as well as Zoom. So even if you are on YouTube, you will get the certificate of participation. And MNC credit points will be given to those Maharashtra registered nurses who registered on MNC portal. Obviously, that portal is already full, so you cannot enroll now. So already it should be done yesterday, and most of them have done it. That's great.
And request to delegates that not to leave the meeting in between. Please continue with this. All these things, these are very interesting, excellent sessions, and you will not get all these sessions somewhere else. It's very good platform that we will achieve something from here and go. Please continue with this session. Please be with us. It will, I'm sure that will be beneficial for you. Thank you, sir. Just you can go to the next session with Ma'am Denny.
Thank you, ma'am.
Like adults, children are spiritual seekers. They come to us with an innate spirituality. What they don't have is the language to express it. The truth is that from the time they are born, our children have the gift of faith and soul. And if we take their hand on the journey, we must find our own faith again. Mrs. Dinny Melvin will throw light on spirituality in children. She is the training director in National Healthcare Academy, RSP Healthcare Singapore. Mrs. Dinny pursued her Bachelor's of Nursing from LT College, SNDT University, and she did her Master's in Critical Care Nursing from PD Hinduja College of Nursing, Maharashtra University of Health Science in 2013. She has very vast experience in critical care unit, including the cardiac surgical ICU, both adults and pediatric, and she is well known in the healthcare industry for her practically oriented learning in clinical and management subjects. She has also completed a basic Reiki therapy level 1 course also. We are very blessed to have you here today, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. Am I audible to all?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
It's a great pleasure, and special thanks to Tata Hospital, Tata College of Nursing, and MNC. NHCA Singapore is glad to collaborate with Tata Hospital and College of Nursing and MNC for such a wonderful conference, international conference, and helping us share knowledge on such a wonderful topic on spirituality, which is something that is in the need of the hour. My topic for today is spirituality in children. So before we start with the topic, I want to share a video. I want all of you to watch this video. It's a beautiful video, just of 2 minutes. So we will get back after the video, okay? Sound?
Ma'am, sound is not, it's not audible. We can see the video.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, now it's audible. Anishma,
Yeah,
you can.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that.
Still not audible, ma'am.
Okay, a second.
Ma'am?
Yeah, okay.
Anishma, please unmute yourself from Zoom account and please restart the video and increase the volume, please. Press the unmute button on your Zoom.
I'll be explaining the video, so don't worry, just watch it. Yes, thanks, Dr. Somali. Okay, we can start with the session now. So this is a small trailer from a movie called Miracles in Heaven. It's a very beautiful movie. If you get a chance, do definitely watch it. It's about a girl called Anna who was suffering from a motility disorder. The disorder, something, it's like a pseudo obstruction. It's a nerve problem because of which she would just throw up and vomit almost every time. She couldn't consume anything. Hyperemesis, you can say. And the fact is that she had 3 siblings, 2 sisters or 1 brother, and a wonderful family. And imagine this girl sits in the family and the family is enjoying a pizza or a burger or French fries, and she is not able to eat it. What kind of a emotion What kind of a response would a normal child go through in such situations? Come on, I want you to reply on the chat box. Suppose either of us were there and we are not able to eat and everybody around us can eat. Or if a child is experiencing something like this, what are some of the responses or emotional responses that people can go through? Come on, tell me. Frustrating, resentment, very good. Yes, anything more? Depression, very good. Self-pity, bad. Irritable, very good. I'm so happy all of you are responding. Anger, you feel very inferior. Okay, that's really lovely, and thank you for all your responses. So, but as you watch this movie, you realize that there is so much of spirituality in this family. They believe that there is one God and God is going to heal this girl. And towards the end of the movie, she's so positive after all these problems. She's falling from a tree and she has to undergo even more surgeries, but that fall heals her completely and she is completely healed of all her problems. So that childhood was a bad phase, but later she grew with it and her family supported her greatly. So the reason for me showing this video is that spirituality plays a very, very important role in a child's life, and more than adults. For a child, it is very, very essential. Now, many people think religious or religion and spirituality is the same, but I want to clear it that religion and spirituality is not the same. A spiritual person may not be religious, and a religious person need not be spiritual. What is spirituality? Spirituality is, in simple language, I'll be explaining, is something that you believe that there is a bigger, higher power. Now, this power can be anything. For a Christian, it may be Jesus. For a Muslim, it can be Allah. For a Hindu, it may be Lord Krishna, Lord Shiva. Every religion has their own gods. Also, for a Reiki therapist, it could be light. For a person who's practicing yoga, it is channelizing your mind and energy. For a monk, after they start meditating, they have a sense of well-being and peace. So this is spirituality. That is why spirituality is not completely religion. Now, I want to share one experience with you. I was a novice, like I was a student nurse, and I had got a posting to one of the hospitals in Mumbai, and I had 3 pediatric patients. So as I was going, they were all oncology patients, cancer patients. I gave the medicines and all those things. And after half an hour, I visited this one patient of mine. I was shocked to see the scene. I saw that this person removed her IV line and the whole bed, it was bleeding. There was blood all over. And I said, what happened? Why are you doing this? And she replied, why should I live? What is the reason for me to live? Why am I suffering so much? Why is God punishing me like this? As a novice, I didn't know what to do. I was totally shattered. I may be like in second year or third year nursing and absolutely clueless. At that moment, there was a reference of a psychologist to this patient, and the psychologist comes in, and the way the psychologist handled this child was truly amazing and mind-blowing. The psychologist was like, hi, my dear, what is your problem? So she says, I don't want this IV line. She says, okay, you don't need the IV line. I was like, wow. And after that, said, what do you want? I want to have an ice cream. She said, please call for an ice cream. She had some discussion with her consulting doctor, and somehow she convinced him not to put the IV line for some days. She had a very good interaction, and I could see some positive change in this child. This was one of the ways how this doctor tried to get that child out of that anger and irritation, because it was quite some time that she was undergoing her chemotherapy, her medications, her follow-ups to the hospital. It is really frustrating, and no much interaction with the family. So it was a very bad situation, but this psychologist did a wonderful job. This was a negative response to sickness, and the child actually got a good counselor who tried to get her out of that negativity. Recently, I visited Shanti Avedana. There, as I was going, I met a child, and she was suffering from non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and it was at the 4th stage, and she was going to die in the next 6 months. That's how the doctor said. And I happened to speak to her. She was so positive. I asked her what's her name and how was she feeling, and she said, today I have to go for my dance class. Dance class meaning, in Shanti Vedana, they had put a place where they played music and some children would just get along and dance and spend time. And I was like, wow, that's something nice. And I asked the mother, is this child aware that she is going to die? And the mother says, yes. And I asked, so mother's telling me you can also talk to her about it. She's okay. I just normally spoke to her. How are you feeling? What is your aim and things? I said, see, I'm going to go to God. All right. I'm going to go to God and I'm very happy. And I told my mom not to be worried about anything because God is going to take care of mommy. I was stunned. Have you ever thought about people like this? Have you heard people doing like this? Majority of the children are always having a negative response to sickness or stress or anxiety. And here I see something positive, and I see that she was a Christian. She had the cross in her hand and photos all around her room. And this was something that was motivating her. She was high on spirituality. So one example that I shared you was a negative response and one was a positive response. So spirituality in children is very, very important. Can we get to the first slide? Okay, so the first slide, topics to be covered. Today we're going to cover these topics: assessment of spirituality in children, expected outcomes or benefits, few examples which I'll be discussing during the PPT this, and nursing interventions as nurses, especially the pediatric nurses, what you can do, and even the other nurses. And what are some of the challenges when it comes to spirituality? Moving on to the next slide. Okay. Now you all tell me, what are some of the benefits of spirituality? You know what is spirituality, religion, holistic approach. So what are some of the benefits of spirituality? Can somebody share your views, some benefits in your own life? If you were a spiritual person, what were your benefits? A relaxed mind, very good. What else? You have a positive energy, very nice. That's good. Positivity, very nice. You have some kind of faith which keeps you moving. Hope, you always hope for something good, right? Very nice. You're less with tension. There's peace of mind. Very nice. You're able to overcome problems. Your ability to deal with daily life stressors. Exactly. Yes. There is peace of mind. Accept life events as it is. This is something that you really need, and it grows with spirituality. Very good. Thank you so much for your valuable suggestions. Very nice. So now, what are some of the benefits of spirituality? Fewer hospital stay. Yes, ready to face any situation. So fewer hospital stay for a patient, for a child. It is less stay in the hospital, faster recovery, lower blood pressure, an increased sense of well-being, decrease in the rates of depression, anxiety, agitation. All these things are the benefits of a spiritual child. So these are the benefits of spirituality. So you understand how important spirituality is in everybody's life. Coming to the next slide. What are some of the benefits of raising a spiritual child? Like in 2019, I had visited a Reiki therapist. Okay, so she had completed a level 3 Reiki therapy, and I happened to visit her. At that time, they were practicing Reiki on a child for around 40 minutes. That is the timing, that 20 minutes or 40 minutes is what they do. And she was a leukemia patient. Okay, so this child had to go for blood transfusions and various other things, which was really frustrating. And after her Reiki therapy, I had some time to interact with this child, and she was so positive. And her parents were very supportive. Her parents were actually practicing Reiki on her, and she had a sense of well-being. She played like the other kids. The doctor told her not to exert too much, but her parents were like, we allow her to do what she wants to. And in fact, that has actually benefited her. So there are some problems in certain hospitals due to certain rules. Like, yes, there is positivity in all aspects of life. So the rules are like, you can't get a statue because that causes infection, especially in specifically highly infected cardiac hospitals. They may say not yeah, you should not keep any external statues, and you should not keep books around, and all this can cause infection. There are a lot of discussions going on for that. So please understand that most important is when there is a need, a spiritual need of a child, it is important to fulfill them. For example, especially for children, it is not their needs. It is when the family does something. For example, if it's a Hindu child, probably they want a Ganga Jal or something like that, or they want to recite that Chalisa, low music. If it's a Christian, they want the picture of Jesus. If it's a Hindu, if it's a Muslim, they want to meet their spiritual leader, all these things. So you cannot be like, as a nurse, you can't say you have only 3 visits, so you have to include that person in the 3rd visit. Is it right? Is it right from our part? I mean, we have such rules, right, in the hospitals. So at that time, you can have some exceptions. When the family requests for a child to have some kind of spiritual progress, we should allow some things like that, because that causes peace in that child and it will help in that person's recovery. All right. So benefits of raising a spiritual child: the child is more positive, the child accepts the treatment as it is, the child is not agitated, the child mingles with others, the child is very happy with with all her team members, and therefore she's more cooperative. When a child faces some loss in her life, when she is going through a depressive situation, when she is going through a trouble in life, she's able to cope up with that stress. That's the benefit of raising a spiritual child. Coming to the next slide. Assessment. As nurses, it is very, very important to assess the spiritual needs. I have put a FICA tool. There are a lot of tools. Previous speakers have already discussed about spiritual assessment. It is very important. If you are a leader of a hospital where you are able to make some protocols, bring about some changes, we have a role to play. As a nurse leader, you have a role to play. We have, fall risk assessment for identification of falls, for identification of pain risk assessments scale. Same like that, we need to incorporate some kind of spiritual assessment. Am I audible to all? Am I audible? Am I audible? Okay, yeah. So we need to have some kind of spiritual assessment for children and adults. A small one, not a complicated form which you will complicate yourself also and the patient. Small thing. Now this is like PICA tool. You talk about the faith, belief, importance, community, whether she has or he has some community involvement. Getting them into the picture of their care will really benefit that person, and some things like that. So some assessment tool would be really beneficial for a patient. Okay. Now the nurse's responsibility. The other day I was visiting one of the hospitals, and there was a patient. The patient was, I think she was, I don't know which religion she was of, and she was very, very upset about coming for radiation therapy and all, because it was very irritating, very painful, and she was not able to take it up. And I saw this interaction with one nurse. The nurse was filled with positivity. The nurse had a relative who had undergone all this, so she could actually empathize this patient. She gave a small prayer to this patient and says, you pray this, God is going to be with you. I thought that patient would not listen, but the response was something different. There is something divine. Do you agree with me? There is something divine. And if you believe in that divine intervention, it gets passed on to your patients. Do you agree with me on this? That there is divine intervention everywhere, within every individual on earth. Do you agree with me? Yes, thanks, Dr. Manpreet. Yeah, so we believe in that, something that we don't know. We hope for something, that something good can happen. And this small prayer actually benefited that child would actually do it very religiously. She would do this prayer, and I don't know whether that really affected her illness, but it affected her mind. Her, she was more calm. She got a sense of well-being through this one small deed. So for a nurse, it plays a very important role. Nurses need to develop spirituality within themselves. Now tell me, I give you two examples. One nurse who is not spiritual, another nurse who is spiritual. Who would be able to impart spirituality? It is the nurse who is spiritual who can impart spirituality. So as nurses, I want to tell you one thing. We need to find a meaning for life. We need to find a purpose for life. Why am I on this planet Earth? What is my reason? I found this like almost 15 years back. Okay. And when you find out this purpose for you in life, you may be of any religion, it doesn't matter. I'm not biased. I believe in a God. I believe that there is divine intervention. Yes, spiritual people perform better. So getting into spirituality, getting into a connect to a higher source, finding a true meaning for life, this all helps you be more grateful to life. You start valuing your life. You start valuing people around you. You start accepting people with individual differences. You stop comparing yourself to others, because you know that your life is very important and God gave you this beautiful life to enjoy every moment of it. So you have to develop spirituality. So all the nurses out there, all the doctors out there, all the healthcare professionals who are attending this session today, what I want you all to do is, today, you have to sit at home, take some time out and try to introspect. Why am I on this earth? What is the meaning? Try to find out who is your creator. What is my relation with him? Do I need to change something about myself? Or is there something that I need to improve on? What is my purpose? Do I have to help people out? What is that way? There are some people who can help others by counseling. There are some people who help others. As a nurse, your profession is so good. You are just helping patients every day. Don't you think the nursing profession is good? It is one of the best professions, because every day you're getting to help others. The more you help, the more you have a sense of well-being. What do I need to do? As a nurse, am I doing my job with fullness, with a complete positive mind, or am I complaining? I'm not happy with my job. I'm not happy with my profession. If this is the attitude, how would you be able to impart spirituality to your patients? Absolutely, you won't be able to. And therefore, that search, and there is nothing wrong in spirituality. Nothing. Even an atheist can be spiritual. So I'm not telling you, yes, who am I? What is my purpose in life? I'm telling you, my dear friends, definitely you will find a source, some divine power that will change your life totally. And if you have not done it till now, do it. Do it today. Don't postpone it for tomorrow, day after tomorrow. Find a meaning, and your interaction with other people will be so influential that what you experience you'll be able to share. And imagine what is more better than a nurse or a doctor being able to change the life of one person. Isn't that interesting? And therefore you must do. I also have a video YouTube channel called as Crucifix Ministry, where I talk about examples and improving on spirituality. You can go through that whenever you are free. It really helps because I get feedback from all religion people, all religions. Okay. It is called as Crucifix Ministry. When you type Dinny Melvin, you can go through that website. There are a lot of life examples that I've shared in that, and you will really benefit. And when you are upset about something and you listen to one of the videos, you may just feel you need to change something about it. So as nurses, I want all of you to dig into yourself and try to develop, get into that spirituality, get more positivity. Okay. So a nurse's responsibility in dealing with spirituality, nurses need to be attentive to experiences, expressions, both of the child and parent. It's like you can't directly ask questions related to spirituality. For pain, you can ask, how much is your pain on a scale of 10? How much is your risk for fall? All this you can ask directly. But what about spiritual? How can I score your spirituality on a scale of 10? Can we ask that? No. So you have to be very, very attentive. Suppose, like you see, I see, like, sometimes when I was taking care of patients, I see this, the mothers are normally spiritual. I don't say that males are not spiritual, but exhibition is more in females. So I see this mother coming to the child and she puts the photo of Lord Ganesha or, of Jesus Christ or any one photo, and then it clicks, okay, this person is a religious person. So I can help her with that kind of a thing. We can ask, do you want a spiritual leader to come and talk to her or pray over her? These are some things that you can really help the patient with. All right. That is a nurse's responsibility. In Vijayawada, there's a hospital which which motivates children for yoga. So all those children who come for various treatments, who are on a long-term patients into the hospitals visiting once or twice in a week, they compulsory tell them to come and attend the meditation and yoga. It is so beautiful. You see children of all ages coming together. So this is one of the examples you can start in your own hospitals. Okay, they come together. It may be around 15 people at one instant. They practice some breathing exercises. Like we had Dr. Pavan who was explaining about breathing and relaxation. And yeah, Dr. Meera ma'am, she was also talking about various chants and different ways how you can express your spirituality. So they come in groups and they discuss about. Then Bhakti Vedanta ma'am was talking about how the hospital has made it a very spiritual hospital. I visited Bhakti Vedanta hospital. When I enter there, I get a very positive vibe there. When I go to Shanti Avedana hospital, I get a very positive. Karuna hospital, Holy Spirit hospital. There is something spiritual in these hospitals, and therefore the patient himself feels so good. So like going back to that Vijayawada hospital, they come together, they practice yoga, meditation, and each child talks about her illness, what drug she is on, and it's really surprising. They feel so good and they want to discuss. The other child wants to talk more about her medication. So probably you can call it as a diversion therapy, and they have learned to accept the sickness very positively. In various countries like in US and UK and all, there are some hospitals, especially the children hospitals, pediatric hospitals, they have a post called as spiritual wellness coach. Okay, that could be a doctor, a psychologist, or a nurse. I have seen many nurses doing it. This wellness coach is only responsible to take care of the spiritual aspect of the child. And it's so beautiful, that person, because there's a dedicated person for the spirituality of a child. The hospital sponsors her for gifts and all. So they come, give gifts to the child, gets them. Those who are confined to bed, obviously, you would call 2 or 3 children to talk to them. And if they were not confined to bed, they would go outside, they would go and interact with each other. NHCA has wellness coach, mind therapy, psychology counseling for children, spiritual wellness coach, all these type of courses. And I'll tell you, in the last 6 to 7 years, so many people have benefited out of it. They've actually applied the techniques that are taught into their practice, and they've become good nurses, excellent doctors, excellent psychologists, because of the various techniques that they teach. And these techniques are beneficial for children, because see, in children, you cannot just tell in one day's time. For children, it's very easy when you show them. Okay, so there are certain techniques in children which you cannot deal with how you deal with an adult. It's different, and you need to be professionally trained. I know of people who are principals of schools, preschoolers, and your primary schools, all of them wanting to do child psychology counseling from NHCA. We have like number of people applying every day. It's not because we have beautiful lectures from great psychologists, and that is because nowadays children are so much filled with negativity, agitation. They're so addicted to movies, TV, mobile phones, that they don't know the true essence of well-being and spiritual wellness. They don't have that awareness of it. And parents are so busy with their work, they don't have an interaction. So when a parent, when a nurse, when a doctor, a psychologist attends the sessions and gets to know these techniques, they try to impart this in the child. And when you impart this in the child, your child, when she's admitted in the hospital, when he's admitted, when he experiences a failure in life, when he has some bad experiences, he is able to cope up with that better than the others. Trust me, this really benefits. Next slide. So as a nurse, you need to have certain considerations. What are some of the considerations? The family beliefs, family daily practices, and community involvement. Family beliefs, you cannot, suppose somebody has a belief of the Hindu god, you can't be telling him about some other god. Obviously, that's wrong. You have to help him. Maybe you are not aware of that particular religion. You can talk to their parents and get their spiritual leader, or they have a community to pray for them. That will really benefit. Family daily practices. Is there something that they practice daily about some kind of a prayer or something like that? Especially for Muslims, even if they are patients, they want to say their namaz. So make that place favorable for them to do these things if it's possible. And this is how it's from a spiritual background. They want more of peace and happiness. They want an instrumental music to meditate about certain things in life. You can call somebody to do a guided imagery. That will really benefit the child. All right, this is some things. I remember as a nurse, we had been taken to the Brahma Kumaris and we had a live meditation. It was such a beautiful session. I think all nursing students definitely visit the Brahma Kumaris at least once. So I feel you should have more sessions of those into the nursing syllabus and more of spirituality in the syllabus, because when you experience spirituality, when you understand its value, only then will you be able to impart it to others. I still remember, it doesn't matter what type of music you're listening to, but when you listen to some instrumental music, create a favorable atmosphere in your room and meditate, positive meditation, it really, really helps your mind to tackle stress. You go a little more slower with things, and you do not react immediately. When a problem occurs, it is not the first thing, should not be reaction. First is accept it, and then you know how to positively react to it. All right. So next slide, going to the next slide. Next slide, we talk about, every time we talk about the patient is the center of the hospital and you need to take care of the patient. The four aspects are your physical, social, psychological, and spiritual always plays an important role. So spiritual, next slide. Spiritual well-being is very, very essential. And you have to be trained if you want to impart spiritual wellness into another patient. All right, coming to the next slide. So next slide. So there's some of the interventions. Now you all tell me, give me some new ideas that you can use in all hospitals. I don't want to name certain hospitals, but all hospitals can impart something like this. As nurse leaders, you can start something new. What are some of the things that we can do for children in hospitals? Come on, you all tell me. Let me see how you all can start thinking differently. You can reply on the chat box. How you can increase this kind of spirituality in patients in hospitals. Storytelling, okay. You can gather some of the patients who are around and you can tell them stories, positive stories, yes. Scenario-based stories, very good. What else? What else? Movies, yes, motivational movies. Like I said about this movie, if you show something like this to a child, probably they would be more chanting mantras, right? Very good. Music therapy, pet therapy. There are hospitals abroad. I have not seen in India, but in abroad, there is something called as pet therapy where they get lovely furry dogs and they say, how can you get infected with a dog? But no, they have very hygienic dogs and they get pet therapy is really beneficial. Puppet show, prayer, playroom, make arrange music, very good. I hope the nurse leaders out there, you have something like this. You can impart something like this, start something like this in the hospitals. Fun activity, very good. Art therapy, you can give them some wonderful paintings to do. Yoga, right? Most of the hospitals celebrate a yoga day, but you can incorporate yoga for patients and relatives. Like how this hospital in Vijayawada does it, you can also do it. Meditation, guided imagery, live cartoon characters. Wow, that would be very nice for kids. Relaxation techniques. And when you tell them breathe in, you tell them positive things to breathe and breathe out all your negative responses. Children's day party, yeah, maybe a cake cutting. So there are so much and so much that you can do with children. So some of the interventions are referral. You can refer them to a wellness coach. Okay. You can refer them to a psychologist. Yes. Dancing out your feelings. Dancing is an amazing, I'll tell you, all the nurses out there, all the doctors out there, you should dance at least once in your 1 hour in a week. You must just dance. Actually, dancing releases all your stress hormones. You really feel good. If you are not good at dancing, just close your room and dance on any song. And you can message me later, okay, how you feel about it. I love dancing and I really benefit out of it. And I think all nurses and doctors should dance because dancing really benefits. And children would enjoy dancing. Okay. Yeah, pictures, statues, active listening. Yeah. Indoor games like carom, snake and ladders, chess. Lovely, lovely. So this is what you have to incorporate. And I think it's not only for children, okay? This can be even for adults. And the thing is, it is when a nurse is already busy with 4 or 5 patients, she cannot do this. I need to fill my chart and give my medications. How can you tell me to do all these things? Yes, what you're thinking is right. But nurse leaders can recruit some person who will solely be for wellness and positivity. Just like how you have a nurse educator, infection control nurse, a wellness coach should be there. I think this is going to be the next generation of nurses. In your nursing trends, you can add this. A nurse wellness coach, a nurse counselor, a nurse spiritual counselor. That's going to be amazing. I'm telling you, the patients are really going to benefit out of it. Musical devotions, watching videos, real life testimonies. Real life testimonies really play an important role. You know, like I have got many nurses who talk about their personal experiences. Like, suppose they have gone through a parent or an aunt who had suffered from cancer. And when you're talking to a patient with suffering from cancer, when you talk about it, they are absolutely strong and positive about it. So that's really one good point. And then instilling hope, palliative care. The next slide, challenges. Next slide. Yes, yes, biopic movies. Next is challenges. What are some of the challenges as nurses that you face when imparting spirituality? Come on, I need frank answers. I have not mentioned much on the slide. I want answers from you. What are some of the challenges that nurses face? Come on, tell me, what are some of the challenges nurses face when it comes to imparting spirituality? Acceptance from older staff. Yes, very right. That is why we need one person to impart this. It becomes like an nursing intervention. Spirituality should be a nurse's. Hopelessness is adamant. A stigma, correct. This is like too much. That's not important. Just keep that aside. You first focus on your care. Yes, yes. These are what, so some challenges are there. And secondly, when you don't know, difficult to understand patient psychology, correct, cannot empathize, and lack of knowledge. Patient mood is very important. Sometimes the patient is not at mood. At that time, you need to be like extremely careful. Lack of knowledge. When you don't have proper knowledge about spirituality, how will you impart spirituality? When you have to impart spirituality, you actually don't need anybody's support. If you are a spiritual person, you have your patient, in your process, you can impart spirituality. Okay, so first thing is we need to gain that knowledge and understanding about spirituality. Lack of time. I agree to all this. Lack of time is very, very, it is a genuine reason because you're so busy with all your patients. As you grow spiritually, you will understand how to get into that spirituality and nursing procedures hand in hand. All right. So there are certain challenges which you have to go through. So when we have one person can be misunderstood as a religion, absolutely, very good. Some people think that you are trying to impart your religion on that person. You may be of any religion. If you have experienced that your religion has given you something, a divine intervention, you can share that, irrespective of that person's religion. It is for that person to understand and accept whether he wants to take it or no. You are not forcing religion on anybody. All right. So, yes, do not force, but just give your testimonies. If they believe, if they want to be benefited out of it, they can. Okay, that is some of the challenges. So these challenges can be taken care of if there is one dedicated person. In certain hospitals, they have the patient relationship manager who does that. But I feel the nurse understands the situation of the patient even more than a non-clinical person. A patient relationship manager may be a non-clinical person. So a nurse wellness coach would have a better public relationship officer, but a nurse counselor or a nurse wellness coach would do wonders with this role. All right. Coming to the next slide. So next slide. Yeah, next slide. So yes, as we come to the end of this topic, I hope you have understood the different aspects of spirituality in children, what you can do to impart spirituality in children, how you can bring about assessment and try to find out their beliefs, what their parents have taught them, and how you can involve them in various activities, various techniques to help them grow spiritually strong. Bridging the communication gap, all these things you can take care of. So I would like to share about the courses that we offer in NHCA, that is Child and Adolescent Psychology Counseling, 6 months program, and the Fellowship in Child and Adolescent Counseling program. They are such helpful programs that as nurses and doctors, when you do this, when you attend those sessions, when you practice those techniques, definitely not only patients, you as an individual bring about a big change in your life, and you bring about a big change in your family members, your friend circle. You actually influence them. It is a very positive influence. It is something I cannot explain. You can take the video testimonies. You can go on NHCA YouTube channel and just check for the testimonies from counselors, teachers who have undergone this session, the 6 months course, and then they have worked with children and how they've been benefited, how they've helped the autistic children and other children. So if you are interested, you can contact me anytime. You can contact me for guidance regarding any of the courses that will benefit you to impart spirituality into your patients, especially the doctors and the nurses. Thank you so much for patiently listening. Do you have any doubts regarding this topic? You're welcome to share on your chat box. Any doubts regarding this topic?
Ma'am, one doubt arose earlier. It was,
Okay.
what if the child asked how to be grateful during negative situation?
Okay. How the child can be grateful. Yes. So I have experienced this experience. Okay. When I was working in Holy Spirit Hospital, I had my clinical posting there. So every person will be different. Okay. So don't think I'm being biased with my religion. There was one nurse who was explaining to her patients why I'm suffering so much, why God is giving me this pain. She was undergoing dialysis. Okay. You know what this nurse did? She showed the cross of Jesus and she said, see, Jesus died for your sins. He took up the shame and that pain for you. And this girl says, exactly, my suffering is nothing compared to the sufferings that Jesus took up. Jesus didn't die for only Christians. He died for everybody. It is mentioned in the Bible. And there was something that happened different in that person. And another example was, there was one child who was constantly complaining, why I have to suffer, why I have to suffer. Every time you may not have an answer, okay, of being grateful. But that hospital introduced that child to another child who was in a worse situation, who had completely lost her hair, and she had a teddy bear in her hand, and she spoke to her and she told her about her problems. I think I have to be grateful to my parents. I have to be grateful because in spite of me being in this situation, they have accepted me. I think I should be a role model for others. I need to be an influential person for other children who experience situations like this. I don't want people to go into depression. I don't want them to have no hope. I want hope to be in those children. So it is different for different children, and gratefulness comes from the family. As a child, when you are upbringing them, if you give them everything when they ask, then they won't learn that thing called gratefulness. You have to always be grateful to God for giving you 2 hands, 2 legs, 2 eyes, and grateful to that supernatural power, that high power beyond that. So when you impart that from childhood, when that child is admitted in the hospital or faces a problem, that person will be grateful, even in such situations. Did I answer? Yeah, some people pay gratitude to Mother Nature, to the earth, to God, to anyone. Okay, whoever you find is your supreme power. Did I answer the question?
Yes, ma'am. Another question.
Yeah.
How to inculcate spirituality in kids at an early age, like 5 years?
Oh, very good question. So, as a family, spirituality is religion most of the time. Okay, as a family, whichever religion you are following, you have to get them. Now, normally what I see is, now in my own family, we have a rosary that we say in the evening at around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. Okay, and we go to the church very often. So my children learn from us, so we take them along. There are some places, as Christians, I'm telling you, where the parents may go, but the children are not, they don't bother. Children, it's not now, this is not the time, they can grow and then learn. No. So there is that wrong thing. Whatever you practice, you feel a sense of well-being by chanting mantras, you feel a sense of well-being by practicing yoga, you feel nice when you're meditating. If you are feeling nice, you're not going to tell a child when she grows. When you grow and you tell a child, come on, you have to go to the church, you have to go to the temple. Come on, what is this? At 3 years, at 2 years, you can start chanting mantras in the child's ear at the time of birth. I see Muslims, they pray and they tell things in the child's ear at the time of birth. I see Catholics, Christians praying over the child from birth. These are some of the ways to impart spirituality as a child. I spoke about that Reiki family. That family is so much into Reiki. As a child, they've always practiced Reiki on the child from the time she was born. And therefore, when she went through that illness, it was not new for her to practice Reiki. So imparting spirituality as a child is the responsibility of the family, and child learns through that. The child can go into some summer camps where they or some meditation groups, or you can put them in some yoga classes. These all will help them get into positivity. Did I answer your question?
Yes, ma'am. And one more question also, the whom should we counsel first, the parents or the kids while
When it comes
coming in
to-
care?
Yes. When it comes to the child, okay, parents, obviously you have to talk to the parents because the parents have a greater understanding about the spirituality of the child. So first is talk to the parents. You can't counsel the parent for the child. You get information of the child from the parent and you deal with the child at that time. You cannot impart spirituality on day one with the child. You cannot, because it is what has been taken from the family. Okay. But you can divert the child's mind, get him involved in something like art therapy, painting, talking to other people. And if you are a nurse for that patient for around 1 week's time, in that 1 week, definitely some spirituality you will be able to impart in that child, depending on how spiritual you are and your life experiences.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
And you can call
Thank
a spiritual counselor of her religion if their family wants that.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for the interesting section which emphasized on the spirituality in children. Ma'am, one more question is there, which is very important to me. I believe in spiritual upbringing of child. No, it was a question or a comment.
What is the question? No, it's a comment,
I think it's a comment, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. Thank you for the interesting session, ma'am, which emphasized on. Okay, it's a question, ma'am, which is important. I believe in spiritual upbringing of child, but how do we convince other family members of other family members?
How do we convey to other family members? No, you have to focus on your child and you have to focus on your child's spirituality.
How to convince, ma'am? How to convince the other family members for the same?
So it is more than convincing, it is practicing by modeling. So when you are confident, you are a spiritual person, you know that positivity automatically gets transferred to the people you talk around. Like I had one teacher of mine who went for a 4-day meditation session. And after she went for that and she came back, I could see some change in her. She was a person who would always shout at her students, always. Now, she doesn't shout. She has a very positive approach with her students. And you see that influence actually got transferred to the, yeah, why are you laughing?
No,
So
nothing.
she transferred it. So I'm not saying sometimes teachers have to shout, okay? Sometimes you need to be strict, but this was a different scenario. Her strictness was extreme and she changed. And I think the students benefited more because she started practicing peace, calm, meditation. She was able to impart it to her children and students also.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the interesting session, ma'am, which emphasized on the spirituality in children and the nursing responsibilities while dealing with children. You emphasized that we should be more focused in the caregivers and the parents as well as the children, and the interventions which we have to impart for the holistic care of children. Thank you for your session. Thank you for the
My pleasure.
session.
It was great being a part of this CNE. Thank you once again to all of you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we are breaking for the lunch. The delegates are requested to come back at 2 o'clock. Please refresh and refuel yourself and your gadget also, because in the afternoon sessions we have a celebrity guest speaker, which will be who will be in the session. So please be back on time, and the delegates are requested to share only your details when it is asked, especially specifically the registration numbers, and you will be provided the certificate and the credit points after the session only, after the whole session, and you have to attend the post test also. So please be back on time at 2 o'clock. Thank you. A very good afternoon to all. Welcome back to the afternoon session. Dear delegates, kindly log in with your name and please keep your device on mute. Request to attend the whole session, then only will be the attendance will be considered. And if you are having any doubts, kindly put it on the chat box. College of Nursing Tata Memorial Hospital, Mumbai is conducting 2 courses. One is post-basic diploma in oncology, that the duration is of 12 months, which is affiliated to Maharashtra Nursing Council. And second is the MSc, Master of Science in Oncology Nursing, which is affiliated to HBNI University, which is the course will be of 2 years. And for further details, you can log into the website which is given below, and the applications for post basic diploma is open. Be online. We are waiting for the celebrity speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Leveraging spiritual aspiration, integrating spirituality in counseling practice. Effective counseling addresses the body, mind, and spirit. The field of counseling has been slow in recognizing the need to address spiritual and religious concerns. There is growing empirical evidence that our spiritual values and behaviors can promote physical and psychological well-being. To enlighten us on the topic, we have Brahmakumari Shivani Didiji with us. Didiji does not require any introduction as such. Shivani Didiji is a practitioner of Rajyog meditation of Brahmakumaris for over 25 years. Her practical application of spiritual principles on the TV program Awakening with Brahmakumaris for over 14 years has empowered people to overcome issues of emotional distress, depression, and relationship conflicts. In March 2019, she was awarded the prestigious Nari Shakti Puraskar, the highest civilian honor for women in India, for her role in transforming human behaviors. Since 2012, Didiji is the Goodwill Ambassador of World Psychiatric Association. With deep gratitude and immense pleasure, I request Didiji to deliver her speech.
Om Shanti and greetings of peace.
Om Shanti.
Thank you so much for this fortune. And really, it's a very beautiful feeling to see that we are not only just talking about it, but we have the pure intention of integrating spirituality as a way of living. Out in the world, sometimes people feel that spirituality is separate from our day-to-day practical life. But spirituality is actually a way of life. As a healer, whether as a doctor, as a nurse, as a caregiver, as a mentor, or as any individual playing different roles in a healing center, our role is to energize the healing center, because everyone walking into the healing center, which we call a hospital or a clinic, but they're coming not just with a diseased body, but also with not a very happy mind, maybe an anxious mind, maybe a fearful mind, stressed, worried, a lot of turmoil going on in the mind of the person who is going through the illness, but also the minds of the caregiver, which means the minds of the family. And so if we just look at the number of people entering into a hospital every single day, we're able to know which disease they're coming with, but what emotions they are coming with. And so if we start taking care of spirituality as a way of living first by all of us, then when the individual enters the hospital, before they even meet a sister or they meet a doctor, or in fact, even before they meet somebody at the reception who will guide them where to go, before they meet and talk to anybody, just entering into a healing center can be an energizing experience. It's like entering into a place of worship or a meditation center. When you enter a place which has very peaceful, divine, pure, powerful vibrations, we just enter the place with a very disturbed mind. But then when we walk into the place, the vibrations of the place start influencing us and we say, I'm feeling better after coming here. So when we look at how we need our healing center to be, apart from being equipped with the best infrastructure and the facility and the best resource people, it also needs the purest and the most powerful vibration. And that vibration will be created by each one of us. So when we say the word counseling, so the first scene that comes to our mind when we hear the word counseling is someone talking to someone listening to someone, being empathetic, being compassionate, being able to share what we know with the other person, but also being able to help the other person to understand themselves better. But counseling is always a visual where we see 2 or 3 people talking to each other, in conversation with each other. But sometimes when the other person is in so much of pain and seems to not have hope in their own life, all words, the best of words, the best of advice, the most powerful piece of knowledge and wisdom just doesn't seem to create a change, because they've created a barrier of their own worry and anxiety. And so the purest intention just does not seem to cross that barrier sometime. I'm getting a message saying it's not audible. Is it? Is there a problem with audio? Dr. Manisha, can you hear?
Ma'am, you're audible, ma'am.
Okay, I got 3 messages saying not audible. Okay, thank you so much. So, this is something like that if I have, like, see how it is right now. I'm talking, my equipment is working fine, but maybe the setting on the other end is not correct. And so even though I am speaking from here and it is getting transmitted, it's not getting received at the other end. This can also happen in counseling, that we could be giving the best piece of knowledge and advice with the purest of intention, with a lot of love and compassion, but over there the setting is different on the other side. The setting over there is a lot of stress and anxiety. The setting sometimes over there is given up on anything getting okay with me. And so even though we're sending it from this side, the other side is not going to be able to hear it. Hear it means they can hear it, but they can't hear it here. They can listen, they will nod, they will agree for a few minutes, but once the counseling session is over, or once you finish meeting them and talking to them, their own worry and anxiety overpowers them once again. So while you are in their presence, they will say, yes, I understand. But how much time can you spend with them? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, sometimes half an hour. But after that, you have so many other people to take care of. And once you leave from the room, they sometimes come back to their own vibration. And therefore, counseling cannot just be about talking to each other. Counseling is about a power that we can create in a healing center. And so spirituality actually begins with the self. Before we use it in sharing with other people, spirituality has to begin with the individual, and especially every individual in a hospital, because each one of you is surrounded by pain throughout the day after day. Pain not just of the body, but pain also of the minds of people walking. So you're actually walking into an area which is just full of pain. And everyone you are meeting is also vibrating at the frequency of pain. So even if you say you are in conversation with someone, it's not only you who's radiating your vibrations to them, it's also their vibrations radiating to you. And so every time we are interacting with someone, we're actually getting influenced by their vibrations also. And so over a period of time, a lot of people have started saying in the healthcare profession that stress is normal, worry is normal, fear is normal. And sometimes over a period of time, burnout becomes normal for some people. Depression becomes their reality of life, even though they spend their entire life selflessly taking care of others. But while taking care of others, we'd have to first take care of ourselves. So that is the first principle of spirituality. Spirituality says, first take care of yourself, because only then you are going to be at that highest vibration to be able to take care of others. So the first principle of spirituality, which is also the first principle of healing, which is also the first principle of every healthcare provider, is self-care. Self-care. For many, many years, we have been living with this belief system that we're taking care of others. And we are very selfless when it comes to taking care of others. But that is taking care in a physical way. So we're taking care of others. But when it comes to taking care of vibrations, we cannot give it to other people without taking care of ourselves. So let's say, let me visualize that I am a counselor right now. So whatever I'm saying is not the only thing that is radiating, but who I am. So suppose the first half of my day was not very good today. Let's say if my day was not very good today, which means I got a little irritated in the day and I reacted to some situation in the day and I even got angry with somebody. And then there was something that happened in the morning at home. I am carrying all that in my aura, in my energy field. It is in my energy field. It's here in my thoughts and feelings. I'm not bringing it out in words. I'm being very kind and caring in my words, but it's in my energy field, all that I have created today since the first half of the day. Of course, a lot more is there in my energy field, but let me just see the first half of the day today. And so all that anxiety, fear, anger, everything that I created is in my aura. And now I'm here meeting all of you. I may be saying the best things from here, or whatever I feel is right, which is needed for all of us. I'm sharing from here. But along with that, what's also radiating is my energy field. So if I am trying to explain to you that don't get stressed, it's okay, everything will be fine, you're going to be perfect, you know what, this disease gets cured very easily. We've had so many people who got healed. So I'm sharing with the purest intention. And I'm asking you and I'm requesting you not to get stressed, to be relaxed, to be easy. But my aura, my energy field, my vibration has stress today. It has worry today. I have reacted over something today, which is probably smaller in size compared to the ailment that the other person is going through. So my problem is smaller actually compared to the size of the problem of the opposite person. But I got stressed in that little situation of my life. And here I am explaining to them to not get stressed in this really big crisis of their life. So they will listen. They will like what you're saying, but they will not get convinced that it's possible. They will say, yes, ma'am, what you're saying is fine. Yes, sister, thank you so much for sharing some good things. But you know what? How will I not get stressed? How will I not worry about my future? How will I not think about my life or my little children? How is it possible? So they won't feel it's practical. You know why? Because my aura today was carrying stress and anxiety. So spirituality is something that cannot be taught. It cannot, unless we first start living it ourselves, which means the energy, the aura that we are carrying needs to have calm, stability, gratitude, faith, faith, faith in the divine, faith in our own destiny, a firm belief that everything is perfect and will always be, faith that I'm healthy and will always be. Those very, very deep rooted principles that I'm going to share with everybody. First, I have to be living them. I have to be living them. So, one is faith, second is gratitude, third is calm and stability, compassion and empathy, self respect, even if somebody else reacts. You know, once I was with a group of sisters here in Delhi, it was Nurses' Day, and I just asked them, what's the cause of stress in your life? Because they had kept stress management as the topic. And I thought that they will say, night duty or erratic behaviors of patients. And I was thinking of all those reasons for stress. And they just unanimously said, you know what, when the doctor gets angry with us. And I was like, oh, that is the cause of your stress. I thought there are bigger things in life. They said, no, all that we can handle. All that we're trained to handle, and we got used to it now, so we can handle that. I said, but patients behave very differently at different times. The doctors not doesn't get so angry. How the patients can get very erratic sometimes. Sometimes they'll refuse to listen to you. Sometimes they won't eat. What then? So they said, no, we don't feel bad about that. I said, how come? They said, because we know they're not well. So they're not well, so we're fine. We're fine with that behavior. But why did the doctor get angry with me? And that too in front of so many people in the operation theater, and that too in front of the patient when the doctor was on the rounds and I was there. So that feels very humiliating, very hurt. So all that comes in my aura. And so while we were discussing that day, I just said, you know what, anybody who gets angry with us is also not well. They said, what do you mean they're not well? I said, anyone who's emotionally unwell today will get angry. If they were emotionally healthy, they'll be happy, light, and they'll be stable in every situation. So even if for 1 minute I get angry, in that 1 minute, I'm emotionally unwell. So the same compassion that you have for the patient, let's have the same compassion for everybody else around us. The only thing is, patient is physically unwell. Many people around us are emotionally unwell. So you won't feel bad because you're so powerful that you are able to handle all the behaviors of the patients. And the next day, there was a sister who called me up and she said, this was very easy. I said, what happened? She said, again, the doctor got angry with me in the OT today. Again, there were 10 people around us. I said, Acha, so then what happened? She said, no, I just created a thought. He's not well today. And she said, suddenly, instead of feeling bad and instead of feeling hurt, I had empathy for him. I was like, must have been gone through a very tough time last night or yesterday, maybe did not sleep properly. That's why he's behaving like that. So this is spirituality. Suddenly shifted from feeling humiliated, feeling hurt, getting affected by the other person's behavior, to suddenly taking charge of our own mind and behavior and saying, okay, they did what they did, they behaved the way they behaved, but my behavior, my thinking is my choice. This is the first principle of spirituality, emotional independence. Emotional independence, emotional wellness, because that's what you're going to share with everybody. Physically, they may be dependent. Physically, probably the doctor could have said that they might not get healed. So physically, maybe the body is not getting better. But emotional independence means the mind is not dependent on the body. The mind is not dependent on any situations. The mind is not dependent on anyone's behavior. So once we start practicing emotional independence, which means whatever may be the situation, whatever may be the other person's behavior, whatever may be the crisis in my own life, I'm facing everything, but my mind is creating the right thoughts always, because my mind is not dependent on situations and people. We've grown up believing that whatever we're creating here is because of situations and people. And so we grew up believing, saying, I'm stressed because of, I'm happy because of, I'm worried because of. So we thought everything that's happening here is because of something outside. Everything that we're creating here, our every thought, feeling, word, and behavior is our choice. It is independent of situations and people. This is emotional independence, and this is what is needed for counseling, because we have to be emotionally independent even of their vibration. We have to be emotionally independent even of what they are going through. Sometimes, as healers, meeting the same people every single day, sometimes for weeks, sometimes for a couple of months. We say it's so natural to get, involved in what they and their family are going through. There's a very thin line between being compassionate and becoming emotionally attached. Compassion means I care for you, I'm here for you, but attachment means I'm getting affected by what you are going through. Because now I'm attached. Attached means my mind is getting dependent on what you're going through. So that is something which as a healer we cannot go through. And therefore, spiritual principles have to be practiced first by ourselves. By ourselves. There's nothing that we can talk about. Everybody knows everything. Every piece of advice you give to people, most of them know it all. They know it all, but they don't have the power to implement it. So counseling means radiating power. Counseling means empowering other people. not just sharing and advising, but empowering and energizing. Sometimes you may have no words to say. There are scenes in the situations in life where there are no words to say. If someone loses a family member, what are we going to say? Is any word going to make a difference at this time? No words can heal at that time. But if you just sit with a family member, just sit, even if you don't hold their hand, even if you don't, just sit next to them, say nothing. But if you are very centered and you are connected to the divine and you are creating very powerful vibrations, your energy is radiating to them. Without saying a single word, you can energize the other person. And they will just look at you after a few minutes and say, "Thank you for being with me. It really made a difference," without saying anything. Without saying anything, because power has to be radiated. It cannot be spoken about. It cannot be talked about. It is to be radiated, and it radiates automatically if I am living in that state of power. So simple few things that we can start doing in our life is, one, begin our day, because facing challenges throughout the day, if we don't energize ourselves in the morning, we're going to say, oh, getting affected is normal. So we have to change our definition of normal. And because of the role and responsibility that we have chosen, we have to energize ourselves. Like you sanitize yourself so frequently throughout the day at work. So one room into another room, out of that room, every time, sanitize. Hand wash is such a priority in a hospital. Similarly, mind wash, sanitizing the mind, energizing the mind, so that I don't absorb the emotional vibration of somebody and then radiate it to somebody else. So even though you are extremely occupied and you probably always believe that you are short of time, but invest at least 15-20 minutes every morning for self-care, for self-energizing, for raising your vibration. At least 15 to 20 minutes every morning, raise your vibration before you go to the hospital, which means energize yourself, build up your spiritual vibration. And how could we do that? One is if we learn meditation. We're really nice to learn meditation. Sometimes we try and meditate and we say, but I cannot do it, and we give up because we think meditation means to just close our eyes and become thoughtless. Meditation doesn't mean to become thoughtless. Meditation means to create the high vibrational right thinking about ourselves. For example, if I take one thought, I am a peaceful being, or I am a powerful being, and then I visualize myself and I create those thoughts of peace and power. And as I create those thoughts of peace and power, they keep on getting coded here. It starts becoming my thought process. And then I can connect to the source of peace and power. It's like a battery connecting to the powerhouse, the divine, and filling myself with the power of the Almighty Authority, the ocean of power, the ocean of love. So if I spend a few minutes of meditation, it raises my vibration from the ordinary thinking of the day to divine thoughts, thoughts of faith, thoughts of compassion, thoughts of empathy, to raise my vibration. So one is meditation. Second, which needs to be a part of each one's lifestyle, is to take some healthy content every day. Healthy content, which means to watch, read, or listen to spiritual knowledge, which means content. It could be a book, it could be an article, it could be a scripture, it could be a video, it could be an audio, but consume a healthy emotional diet. Like diet is very important in health, diet is very important in emotional health, and diet is content. So what we watch, read, listen is who we become. So at least 10 minutes every morning. And even if you're not able to take out time in the morning, maybe just use your travel time. Just use your travel time to consume spiritual content, because whatever content goes in is who we start becoming. So when we get this time, when we are in a train or in a bus or in the car, wherever, however we are traveling, when we get that little time, let us not spend the time only chatting with people around us or scrolling through our phone or listening to songs or videos. Let's use that time to energize ourselves and consume. Spirituality will become a part of our personality if I start consuming that content. Today, there's a lot of content we consume. Of course, you must be not getting much time to do that, but still on and off, maybe at the end of the day, or when you just have this little few minutes of de-stressing, content that we're consuming from the TV or from the phone or from the social media handles, a lot of content has anger, aggression, fear, violence, stress, and the whole list. And that content starts shifting me away from my spiritual self, which means it lowers my energy. It lowers my energy because I start becoming that. So at least 10 minutes every morning of consuming spiritual content to raise my vibration, meditation, spiritual study, and of course a little yoga or pranayama. I know you're walking throughout the day, and so sometimes you feel you don't need exercise. Yes, because you're anyways walking throughout the day. But when we do yoga or pranayama, it is releasing all the toxins that get accumulated in our mind and in our body throughout the day. And which is very important. That also cleanses our aura and our energy field. So these are 10-15 minutes that we spend for the self in the morning, and 10 minutes or even 5 minutes at the end of the day. A long day, lot of meetings, lot of interactions, lot of experiences throughout the day, and lot of absorbing other people's vibrations, at least 5 minutes before sleeping for cleansing the self. For cleansing the self is very, very important. Like most of us like to have a bath once we come home, so that we just wash ourselves of everything that's happened throughout the day, but we also need to wash our mind, so that tomorrow morning we're again energized for radiating that power to others. So 5 minutes before going to sleep, again, read or listen to something very pure and divine. Meditate for 2 minutes and say your gratitude for being an instrument of the divine today, to be able to heal people, to be able to shift them from pain to happiness. What a fortune! What a fortune to be part of such a seva, where you're able to shift people from pain towards healing, towards happiness. So we say gratitude for that every single day, irrespective of how many challenges came during the day. So this is principle of self-care first, morning and in the night. And then when we are meeting people and when we are talking to them, every word we speak, whether it's a counseling session or it's just a conversation or it's just a meeting, every word we speak, we need to remember it's going to become their belief system. It's going to become their belief system. And belief system is very important because belief system creates thoughts. So if someone tells me that, oh, this is nothing, you're going to be fine very soon, I trust the person completely, and it becomes my belief system sometimes. And I say, wow, I'm going to be fine very soon. And I start creating my thoughts out of that. And when my thoughts are at a higher vibrational energy, the healing of my body happens better. So every word makes a difference. So there is something known as positive thoughts, which are called affirmations. Affirmations means anything that we repeat often. So first, let's create a few affirmations for the self, which you can repeat every morning and every night, at least twice a day. And then, of course, any number of times during the day. On an average, I would repeat them at least 10 to 12 times in a day, but at least morning and night. Basic thoughts, basic affirmations. I am a powerful being. I am a happy being. I am calm and stable always. I am a giver, because you're a giver, you're always radiating. My mind and body is perfect and healthy. My mind and body is perfect and healthy. I'm an instrument of the divine. I'm an angel of God. God uses me to heal people. Everyone I meet throughout the day receives God's power and energy through me. And God's power and blessings is a divine circle of protection around me. Visualize a white divine light circle surrounding you, a high vibrational circle, so that no negative vibrations enter into your circle throughout the day. So every morning, every night, just 30 seconds it takes to repeat these affirmations. I'm a powerful being. I'm happy always. I'm calm and stable always. I am fearless. I'm a giver. I'm an instrument, an angel of God. God's power radiates from me to everyone throughout the day and heals them. And God's power and blessings is a divine circle of protection around me. Anything that we repeat every single day, it manifests and becomes our reality. Once, when we study the miracles that happen in healing, we all know the miracle happens from here. Anybody to whom the scientific community has said that no, this is very difficult, you will not be able to come out of this, or whatever is they believe is the reality, but powerful minds who created thoughts which were different from the prediction, they created miracles in their life. So you can share with everyone how to create miracles in their healing. That's counseling, honestly. How to create miracles in their healing. And how would they create miracles? By saying that what they want should manifest, which means, in a very simple way, suppose my neck is paining, it's paining. I have got an ailment, it's hurting. There is an energy blockage here. That's why that ailment has come on a physical level. Now, the doctor and the medicine will work on the physical level, but my mind has to work on the energy body to cleanse that energy blockage there. So, power of affirmation and visualization means, and we've got umpteen examples of this, power of affirmation and visualization means that if there is a blockage or a pain here, I have to create a thought. My body is perfect and healthy, and this region, wherever the pain is, we say that is perfectly healed, even though it's in terrible pain. But the affirmation is what I want the reality to be. I start saying it's perfectly healed, and I visualize my power, God's blessings radiating like a laser beam here and clearing this blockage. This is how power of affirmation plus power of visualization is used in healing, whether it is to heal an ache and pain, whether it is to bring any parameter of the body to normal, along with medicine, the power of the mind in healing. The power of the mind in healing. That is something that you can teach them and their family. If they all collectively, the entire family, if they collectively create a powerful affirmation, for example, their blood pressure is high and tomorrow is a surgery. So how will the doctor operate if their blood pressure doesn't come to normal? So every time that you come and you see their blood pressure after every couple of hours, and they will ask you, sister, how much is my blood pressure now? Obviously, it's high right now. And you have to tell them the truth that yes, it is high right now. Then along with that, you give them a spiritual principle. You say, it is high right now, but if you use the power of your mind and relax your mind and body, this will become normal. So you can start creating a thought that my blood pressure is perfect and it's normal and it's 128 or whatever value we want to tell them. That is an additional piece of advice apart from informing them what their blood pressure is or what by noting it down in the chart. So you say, you know what, if you start saying and believing this, that your blood pressure is normal, your body is relaxed, your body is perfect, you'll be fine by the end of the day, and tomorrow morning you'll be ready for your surgery. And they will start doing it. They will start doing it. In Hindi, it's a spiritual law. It's called Sankalp Se Siddhi. Sankalp means thoughts, Siddhi means manifest, which we also know as law of attraction. Law of attraction is a spiritual principle. Law of attraction means whatever I think repeatedly, I will attract into my life. It will become my reality. So healing, I can attract healing into my life by saying that this is what I am. This is what I am. Not, oh, this is hurting, this is paining, this is going wrong, what will happen? That is a reality. But we are not to, they are not to think and speak reality. You as a healer will think and speak the current reality, but you will also teach them how they can change their reality by using high vibrational, positive, powerful affirmations. Otherwise, the patient and the caregiver keeps using lower vibration affirmations. For example, if their blood pressure is not normal and everything is on hold for tomorrow, they will keep saying, well, what to do? My blood pressure is not normal, but my blood pressure is not normal. Their whole family will also keep saying, but the blood pressure is not normal. How will it come to normal? By repeatedly saying that. So whatever we say repeatedly becomes a reality. This is a spiritual law that thoughts manifest, thoughts become a reality. Teach them how to create a miracle with their body. Teach them, but you'll be able to teach it to them if you've experimented with in your life, not necessarily with an ailment in the body, but use the power of affirmations in anything in your life, in anything in your life. And so the first place that we use it is here. So when we say every day, I'm calm and stable, I'm happy always, I am powerful, this is opposite of our vocabulary, which says, I am stressed, I am worried. Never ever use these words. I am stressed, I am worried. One more word. Never ever use the word I am busy. It's a low vibrational energy. I am busy, I don't have time. High vibrational energy. I'm easy, I have lot of time. It is healing energy. So once we experimented with ourselves, the power of affirmation and visualization, we will be able to share it with other people. Because one thing which they need to understand is the body is unwell, not the mind. Not the mind. Their body is unwell, but their vocabulary says, I am not well. That line itself is not true. I am not well. I is here. I is here, spiritually called the soul, the spirit, consciousness, light, whatever word you call it. But that is I. But when we say, I am not well, we think we're talking about the body. Separate. I am perfect, my body is not well. So when I am perfect, I will radiate perfect vibrations to the body. So very important to explain to everyone who's unwell that they are perfect. Their body is going through an ailment, not that they are not well, because it sends wrong energy to the body. It sends wrong energy to the body. So I am perfect, I am happy, and then affirmation for the body, my body is perfect and healthy. Whatever issue is going on in their body, say even that part is perfect and healthy. Suppose someone is going through cancer and they create an affirmation that guest which had come into my body is gone forever, finished. And they literally visualize that God's energy radiates to that part of the organ and those cells are finished. That tumor is dissolved, it's over, and it will start happening. If they're going through a chemotherapy and they create an affirmation, this medicine is only and only for my healing. There are no side effects. I have no side effects of this medication. It's only for me. It's not going to create anything wrong in me. It's only for me. This starts creating very powerful, positive minds. And powerful, positive minds create miracles with the body. So we experimented with first, we start living it in our life, and then it becomes easy to not just share it with them, but also to radiate that power and conviction with them. And just for one of those cases where we know that that person is not going to be able to come out of this and the soul has to leave the body. Now, these are times where we really need to use spiritual principles, because then to understand that death means that the soul is going to leave one costume, the body, and take another costume. And so they have to live in a very, very calm and powerful, peaceful state. That's very important. So when we understand it spiritually and then we share it with them and say, you know, I understand the suffering, it's causing you a lot of pain and disturbance, but another very beautiful, healthy body is ready for you. And radiate healing energy to this body. If you want to say anything to anybody, you want to ask for forgiveness, you want to forgive someone, do it. Do it. They have to do it before leaving, because that makes their leaving easier. Otherwise, these negative vibrations pull them back. And then they can create affirmations for that, that when I leave, I will leave with dignity. I will leave with ease. This is also an affirmation. I will leave this costume and I will leave with ease and dignity. I will leave with absolute calm and stability. And when they start preparing themselves for the next place, their journey of being able to leave that body becomes very, very easy. Of course, that's a little more detail that we study how to do that and we share it with them. And in those times where someone actually leaves, so where there is death in your ICU or in the room or in the hospital, of course, there's so much that's happening around that time, and there is a family who's going through pain. But just that very moment when it is happening, and you know that it is happening, and everybody's trying to save the person, we just need one nurse at that time who is not a part of the team which is trying to save the individual, but who is just there holding the hand of the patient and just saying a little prayer. Just saying a little prayer, just connecting to the divine and radiating power. So that in case that is the time that the soul is leaving, then the soul has to leave with that powerful energy being given. Sometimes the soul leaves in a lot of genuine, very pure intention, efforts being made to save the body. But suppose the soul still has to leave, then at least there is one person, because sometimes the family will not be there. And even if they're there, they're not in that frame of mind. So if it is possible, then one sister should have that role, just holding their hand and saying a prayer and radiating gratitude and blessings to them for their very new journey, healthy body. And as you radiate that power, you're actually playing a very important role in creating a beautiful transition, transiting from one body and moving forward. That transition of the soul needs to be very beautiful, peaceful, and powerful. Afterwards, everybody prays. After the soul leaves, everybody prays for them. But while the soul is leaving, just while they are leaving, is the time when it's needed the most. When it's needed the most, because their attachment is pulling them back, their body is not coping with it. So it is those few moments that they need it the most. So if one person can do that for them that time, it can make a lot of difference to that new journey, because that new journey begins where this journey ends. That's the quality of emotion that they will carry. So spirituality, meditation, and spiritual principles becoming a part of our own life will automatically radiate from us to everybody, in everything that we do and in everything that we are, and especially using power of affirmations and visualization, sharing it with them how to do it, and creating many, 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 many more miracles in the world of healing. Thank you so much. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti, Didiji. Thank you so much, Didiji, for such an inspirational speech. Didiji has told us that spirituality begins with self. The first principle of spirituality is self-care. So we need to attain our own emotional independency, which can cause our mental stability, which will make our aura positive, so we can radiate our positive energy field to the people who are around us. It's so divine to hear from you, Didiji. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Om Shanti.
Thank you, Didiji. We are truly blessed by your presence itself today. And it is a truly a memorable day for us to have you in this session today. Thank you so much for the talk and the coordination and giving your very valuable time to our nurses. Thank you, Didiji, so much.
Thank you, Shanti.
Yes.
The delegates who have registration in Maharashtra Nursing Council, please share your details, registration number and name on the chat box. Thank you. Spiritual leadership is an emerging paradigm within the broader context of workplace. Spirituality designed to create an intrinsically motivated learning organization. Its emphasis on a model of deeply entrenched spiritual motives, values, and attitudes, which might be used to shape an individual behavior to recognize the meaning of work, create a vision, appreciate efforts of the colleagues, and enable the expression and identification of the values that underpin the organization. We have our next session on spiritual dimension and leadership by an articulate speaker, Dr. Agnes Teradi. Dr. Agnes Teradi is the Senior Vice President and System Chief Nursing Officer of Transition Health Indiana, and she is also the President of NINA, that is National Association of Indian Nurses in America. Prior to working at Transition Health, she has held executive positions at the Cook Country Health and Hospital System and two Veterans Administration Medical Centers healthcare system during the past 10 years. She is a fellow of American College of Healthcare Executive and an American Nurses Credentialing Center, board certified advanced nurse executive. She pursued her bachelor's and master's of science degrees in nursing from LT College of Nursing, SNDT University, India, and MBA from Northern Illinois University and PhD in organization development from Benedictine University in Illinois. She has presented at international, national, and regional conferences on subjects ranging from patient safety, cultural transformation in healthcare, leadership and organization development, infection prevention, mental health, staff development, and patient experience. She currently serves on the Nursing Advisory Committee of the Department of Nursing and Health at Benedictine University. She is also on the board of directors for the Indiana Center for Nursing. We are really fortunate to have your guidance and presence today with us, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
I would like to share my screen if it is okay with you.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Alrighty. Okay.
Ma'am, okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Is it better?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, greetings, everyone. Namaskar. And I am privileged and honored to be in your midst today at this wonderful e-conference that you're doing on the significance and the importance of spiritual dimensions, the importance of spirituality in healthcare, and also why it is important today. So hats off to you, the organizers, the Tata Memorial Hospital, and the organizers of this conference for thinking of this topic and making it something that you are really adding value to the world, in my opinion. To all those people who are participating in this, I'm sure by the end of today, and you already have listened to great speakers, I got a glimpse of Didi, as she's called, the previous speaker, talked about the importance of spirituality, and I was touched by what some of the few things that she was talking about as patients enter the environment, how peace can pervade them, how healing can begin if the environment is spiritually focused. So hats off for this conference, and I think I am blessed to be at this conference as well. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you to the person who introduced me. For talking about me. I have one correction about my bio. I am not the current president of the National Association of Indian Nurses of America. The current president is Lydia Albuquerque. She's also a fellow SNDT from Mumbai. I used to be I'm the past president of the National Association of Indian Nurses of America. So just wanted you all to know that. Okay, so to my topic now, spiritual dimensions and leadership. Why does it matter? Why now? Right? So the question is, spirituality is something bigger than what the world generally tends to find in human beings. There exists something greater than myself. Something to being really human. Now, I am sharing some thoughts here, which are collective thoughts, which is available in the literature, thoughts expressed by gurus, sadhus, Christian leaders, any kind of leaders, and also, this is very important, and also simple people, ordinary human beings who have gone the extra mile to find out among themselves or about themselves, and have gone on a journey to become spiritually oriented. And that's what we're going to talk about. Should leaders in the world of organizational leadership, be it in healthcare or be it in non-healthcare industries, is leadership important? Does leadership make a difference? And if spiritual dimensions in leadership, does that make the added difference? That's what we're going to see today. I hope you can join me on the journey. So, is leadership about finding meaning and purpose in life? Is leadership about focusing on elevated thoughts? The previous sister who spoke, she is a Brahma Kumari. There's a beautiful video by Sister Jayanti, who's also a Brahma Kumari. It's about a 3-minute video on focusing on elevated thoughts, the spiritual experience. If you would like to go on YouTube and listen to that video, watch that video, you would find immense joy in hearing that. I urge you to do it. So, what are we going to do for the next few minutes? At the end of the presentation, we will be able to discuss the purpose and impact of spirituality on leader effectiveness, right? We want leaders to be effective. And while intellectual, physical, communication, ability to solve problems, and spiritually experienced leaders, they would be more effective in leading people as evidenced by studies. So the next objective that we will try to do is understand why we need to integrate spirituality in the educational development of the nurse. And lastly, we are in the business of delivering health and well-being. We are healthcare workers, you and me, most of you who are at this presentation. I'm hoping that you are in the healthcare field. And so we want to see what is the connection of spirituality to healthcare workers. Does spirituality matter to a nurse? Does spirituality matter to a physician or any other member of the healthcare team? And more importantly, me as a nurse leader, I am very interested in looking at the future of nursing, in creating nursing, or also investing in the legacy of nursing by creating more nurses who would understand and appreciate the role of spirituality in nursing to become a holistic person, to deliver holistic care, and to make a holistic difference to the person who's receiving care from nurses like you, me, and the yet to come or yet to be born nurses. What do we need to do to give them the real experience of being a spiritually filled nurse, imparting holistic healthcare for everyone that they come in contact with? So that's the purpose of those are the objectives. So now comes this question: why spiritual dimensions and why leadership, right? Many of you who are in this, listening to this presentation and who are in leadership or management, you will appreciate and perhaps agree with me that the current organizational culture is not sustainable. And why it is not sustainable, I'm giving you the example of what's happening in this part of the world. And I don't think the part healthcare, leadership and administration in India or any other country is any different from what's happening in the US. The current organizational culture is not sustainable. We are not making the intended difference to the people who want to receive healthcare. We seem to be struggling with challenges and issues. We are not able to retain employees in healthcare. Our employees are getting burned out. Our employees are not experiencing joy. The people who work in healthcare are not able to experience joy to the fullest. The engagement of the healthcare workers, and for that matter, any other employed workforce, engagement is defined by commitment, enthusiasm, and involvement. A Gallup study was done in the US in 2020, I think, around June, and they surveyed over 2,000 full and part-time employees. And they found out through the survey, Gallup does engagement surveys every year, sometimes more number of times than once a year, because that's their business of finding out how engaged people are, especially the workforce in the US. And they found out that in 2020, they did a survey 3 times in 2020, and the average engagement was only 36%. Incredible, unbelievable, isn't it? Can you imagine a workforce in all the industries put together, including healthcare? We find that only 36% of the employees are engaged, which means the rest of the people are disengaged. And why so? What's contributing to the disengagement? Is it burnout? Is it lack of interest in the work? Is it because they feel unsupported, unloved, and uncared by the employers or by the supervisors, by the managers? Is there missing teamwork? Is work no more meaningful? These are some things that we want to ask. In our organizations, there are highest number of employee-related problems, stress, burnout, and you must have read about it. In the last 2 years, there have been so much of turnover in the healthcare workforce that in the US, they labeled it as the Great Resignation. People are leaving in droves, leaving healthcare profession totally, or taking a sabbatical or saying, I don't want to work anymore, I'll come back when things are better. So there is absenteeism and all kinds of things. Are humans feeling unmotivated? Or should humans be motivated with things other than just a paycheck? Should humans connect to higher purpose, to worthwhile work and making a difference? I think there isn't. There's a need for it. I believe there's a need for it. And along with all these problems, there is groundbreaking research on the spiritual dimension of leadership and the significance of spirituality for every human being. Because I would say that it's not just the leaders who are leaders. A nurse is a leader the time she chooses to be a nurse. A nurse is a leader when she meets a first patient. So shouldn't a nurse have the spiritual dimension when she's engaged in leadership-like behavior, when she's providing care for the patient? In my opinion, the answer is yes, right? So the answer to some of these problems, and I'm not taking a biased approach here, please, I want you to understand that. I want you to know that I'm not biased because of today's topic. I believe spirituality is important. I believe wholeness of the person is important. I believe it's more, the almighty dollar is not the reason for your joy. Your joy should be grounded on the fact that you are a human being created with a purpose to make a difference in the lives of others. The higher calling, the calling to be a nurse as a vocation than a job, those are the things, if done right, fulfills the definition of spirituality. And when you are a spiritual human being, not necessarily religious, not necessarily advocating and following a religious path, spirituality and religion are two different entities. They could be intermingled, they could be connected, but we should not mistake spirituality for religion or a religious practice or a religious belief. So anyway, the answer to some of the problems in the world, or in my world, as I would say, in healthcare leadership, I believe is touching base with spirituality and awakening, or for that matter, reawakening your spirituality and searching for man's purpose in life or man's search for meaning. I don't know if any one of you have read that book. You may have. And those of you who have read, a reread is worth it. But those who have not read it, please, if you can, read this book on Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. It's a true story of Viktor Frankl, who was in the concentration camp. But he found meaning in life. He found meaning in the purpose why he was there. And that was the driver, the motivation for him to stay alive, despite people around him dying. If you can read the book, you should read it. I read the book, and every time I went back to it, I had tears in my eyes. It changes your perspective on life. It just gets you filled with following your purpose and finding new meaning every time you review some of the principles in that book. So that's my ask of you. Okay, so this we talked about, right? Global organizational challenges. There are a lot of global organizational challenges. Everyone, I'm talking about healthcare. There are over 5,000 hospitals, which basically everyone is the business of making a difference to the health of people who come to receive the services. But everyone is searching for that competitive advantage. The competitive advantage meaning the competitive advantage to survive and not be extinguished. So every company, every organization needs to find that competitive advantage, and they're searching to find that. New models of business operations in healthcare, in nursing, because we lose so many people, we are realizing that we have to do care with less people. Should we change the model of nursing? We are doing that. We're looking at alternative models of nursing. Primary care, we can't sustain because we don't have enough nurses in our hospitals or in our healthcare systems. So then there is a need to attract, engage, reward, and recognize and retain employees. It is a challenge. We don't have leadership that matters because there's turnover. In the Gallup poll, they found out that the disengagement was more among managers and leaders than frontline staff. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that scary, right? So leadership that matters is also turning around. Leadership that gets results is becoming rarer and rarer. So again, the question, is spirituality the answer? So let's now go to some historical perspectives on spirituality and health. I'm looking at the Eastern philosophy. Now, we have Sadgurus, we have Brahmakumaris, we have rishis, we have saints, we have the life and legacy of Mahatma Gandhi to tell us on the importance of spirituality, right? So I read an article by Eric Rahm on spiritual leadership in health. It was a paper published by World Health Organization where the focus of spiritual leadership in health, beautiful paper, just 3 pages. It talks about how you could empower the common man to take care of the health of the communities. Okay, so the quote is, primary healthcare is a people's movement. The leaders are actually ordinary people with human and spiritual values who can move their communities towards the goal of health and a full life. Now, it has been said that Mother Teresa, Martin Luther King, Mahatma Gandhi, they were all born just like you and me. But they attained a different persona because they persisted to find out meaning in life. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, he became the Mahatma, right? Mahatma, because he started on this journey for thinking about others, living for others, leading others, giving up self for the sake of others, and therefore he got the coveted worldwide title called Mahatma. Now, I'm not saying there's going to be another Gandhi among one of us. All what I'm saying is, if we pursue the true value of life, why you exist, could you be a little less selfish and more selfless? Perhaps you will find the joy of living. Perhaps you will realize the meaning of existence. And that's what we're talking about, spirituality. Okay. So the wise leader models spiritual behavior. So all leaders should model spiritual behavior, live in harmony with spiritual values. What are spiritual values? Love, compassion, charity, empathy, honesty, integrity. These are values which have existed for centuries together. Can we make that the purpose of living? There is a way of knowing higher than reason. There is a self and there is others. Self tends to be egoistic. But when you move out of the ego and think of the others, you forget egocentricity. Then you become other-centric. Like how we talk about in healthcare, patient-centric. We don't say nurse-centric, right? Hopefully we don't say nurse-centric. We do nursing because we want to be patient-centric, right? So the leader demonstrates the power of selflessness and the unity of all creation. This is from the book by Lao Tzu's, The Tao of Leadership. It's a good read. Okay, traditional and contemporary perspectives on spirituality and health, we just talked about it. Eric Ram wrote that Christian Medical Commission came to believe that health is based on harmony with oneself and with one's neighbors, with nature and with God. So that's the part of the connection between the higher power, or who we call God, or we call Allah, we call Krishna or Ram or Jesus, right? Whoever we ascribe the superpower to, the higher power to, is what we are, what I like to say is unity with the superpower and unity with our fellow beings. And that is complete living, in my opinion. Okay, I talked about Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, right? He cultivated attributes of spirituality that gave him strength when he needed it. And he used the strength not for his sake. He did it for others. He did it for the sake of the people that were following him. So again, if you can read the book on Gandhi's biography, it's a beautiful, beautiful book. And also another small book by Mahatma Gandhi is My Experiments with Truth. It's a very good book. Many of you may have read it. I read it long ago. It's worth reading again. Okay, modern nursing. Let's talk about nursing because we're healthcare, right? What is the perspective on spirituality and health? Let's talk about this. Why did Florence Nightingale start her journey in healthcare? What motivated Florence Nightingale? Her mission was to go and improve the plight of the wounded soldiers. She was driven by compassion and for the sake of common humanity. It is cited in the writings of Florence Nightingale, right? So again, is that spirituality that led her to it? And spirituality doesn't mean Christianity alone. It doesn't mean Buddhism or Jainism or Hinduism or Islam. Spirituality is when you're in touch with the values, when you're in touch with your inner self, and you feel compelled to reach out and help those who are in greater need than yourself. When you deprive yourself and you think of the other person, that is the spirituality in you working. So, in my opinion, healthcare can be transformed by spirit-filled leadership. Ordinary people with a humanistic approach and spiritual values of love, respect, integrity, compassion, stewardship, accountability, all those are great values. Innovation is spiritual value because you want to create new things, right? And to whom others matter, others' well-being, happiness, and growth matters more than yourself. That's when you become spiritually filled leader or spiritually filled nurse, a spiritually filled person who cares about his or her community. So I'm going to see if I can share this with you. The guru for spiritual leadership here in the US is a person by the name of, here, he's coming. Let me know if you can hear this, because sometimes you can't hear. Can you hear this?
Spiritual leadership is about a vision of service to
Can you hear this?
Through the values of altruistic love. And spiritual leadership then taps into...
Ma'am, we can hear, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
Spiritual leadership is about a vision of service to key stakeholders through the values of altruistic love. And spiritual leadership then taps into or satisfies two fundamental universal needs of humanity that that all human beings have. And the first is the need for purpose or calling, the sense that our life has meaning and makes a difference. And of course, I think the greatest work on that, at least contemporary work, is Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning. It can truly show the power of purpose. And of course, there's many other contemporary popular books that have played on this thing, but his was the original. And the other fundamental need is the need that we all have for a sense of community or belonging, to be understood and appreciated for just who we are as we are, to be loved, have a sense of being loved. And so to the extent that as a leader, you can tap into these two fundamental needs for calling and membership, it sets into work a cycle of intrinsic motivation in followers. And of course, intrinsic motivation and extrinsic motivation are two different ways to motivate people. The simplest definition that I share with my graduate students is motivation is about getting people to exert effort above minimum levels. How do we get people to do what it takes instead of sit around and say, it's not my job? Mm-hmm. And intrinsic motivation, the way that happens is that the work itself becomes rewarding. We all have things we love to do. We love to go fishing. We love to play with our grandkids. Those are intrinsically motivating. We do them because we love to do them. Well, how do you get that to work? You get that through spiritual leadership and tapping into those two fundamental needs for calling and membership. And so that's the essence of spiritual leadership.
So what you just saw was the professor of spiritual leadership at Texas A&M University, Dr. Jody Fry. He's done extensive work for the last 2 decades on spiritual leadership, spirituality in leading. In fact, the model that I'm showing here is his, Louis W., but he's popularly and fondly known as Jody Fry. There's an International Institute for Spiritual Leadership. He has written a couple of books, which is really, really good. The Triple Bottom Line is a very good book written by Dr. Jody Fry. What I'm trying to share with you here is that he talks about spiritual leadership, which is focused on the inner life or your spiritual practice. Faith and hope are important attributes of a spiritual leadership person. Altruistic love, which we all know, altruistic love is not me, but for others, for a higher purpose, for the good of others, right? And why do you do this? Because spiritual well-being is, you get a calling, you want to make a difference. Life has meaning and purpose. We understand that. The purpose is beyond myself and my material needs, my car, my home. That is not the purpose in life. Those material creatures or creature comforts are important, but they're not all encompassing. They're not the most important things, because even if you look at the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, we know that, right? The physiological needs, the love and belongingness, self-esteem and self-esteem, till we reach self-actualization, where we start focusing on the inner values or the more meaningful values. That's the calling. And in healthcare or in nursing, nursing is the calling, because it's what kind of spirituality is involved in nursing? It is service spirituality. There is intellectual, there are 5 types of spirituality, or 7 types of spirituality. There is intellectual spirituality, social spirituality, physical spirituality. There's also service spirituality. I think in nursing, it's probably a combination of all the types of spirituality, but mostly it is service spirituality. And then what happens as a result of spiritual well-being? The calling and the membership. The membership is belonging to a community, belonging to a group of people whose needs you're meeting. Association, right? Need for esteem and self-esteem. Need for love and belongingness. So that is the essence, according to Dr. Fry, that contributes to the triple bottom line. What is the triple bottom line? Productivity, right? Financial performance, employee satisfaction, making sure that corporate social responsibility is done well, making sure that the corporation thrives, and fulfill its mission. So in other words, when you start looking at your inner life, you start reaching out to others and make a difference in others' life. You start associating and being understood and appreciated by others for the service you're delivering. All this will make a difference to the organization that you belong. So what Dr. Fry is saying is that leadership that is spirituality driven, spirituality based, has the potential to create and fulfill and meet all the goals of any organization. So spiritual characteristics are important. Spiritual competencies are important in leaders. That's really what is being said. Okay, spiritual leadership development, why is it important? We talked about it. First things first, I want to just make the distinction again. Workplace spirituality is not about religious beliefs or practices, as I said before. You could be religious and spiritual. Nothing wrong in that. But you don't have to be religious to be spiritual. Or just by being religious, for example, by being a sister of a particular order, wearing the habit, doesn't make you a spiritual person if you don't practice spirituality. According to the Dalai Lama, spirituality is those qualities concerned with the human spirit that brings happiness to self and others. Okay. People before profit. In the material world, profit matters, right? Pharmaceuticals, they want to make money so that they can invest in research and development and R&D. But if people don't come first, profits come first, you've got it upside down. You got it wrong, right? So that's what is the difference between spiritual leadership and servant leadership. Does spiritual leadership improve the organization's bottom line? Yes, it does. But you have to approach it the right way, right? When you approach it selfishly to make your bottom line or to make profits, but forgetting the people or compromising the people, compromising the welfare of your patients, we have a problem. That's not sustainable profitability. That's not a sustainable, corporately, socially responsible organization. That's a problem. So we need to think about that. So the spirituality at work has three components: the inner life, meaningful work, and the community. We just talked about that, right? So give meaning to life and impart meaning to others' lives, which is bigger than self. I'm probably repeating myself, okay? All right. So next, how to promote workplace spirituality in healthcare settings. I wish it was an interactive session so we could have had a question and answer session. Unfortunately, it looks like it's one way till I'm going on speaking. So I want to make sure that I finish the topic so it gives some time for us to ask questions. If there is time, I'm going to leave it to the organizers to let me know if there's time for question and answers. But let me just say that even in healthcare, we have to think of the flywheel, right? The healthcare flywheel: purpose, worthwhile work, making a difference. Purpose, worthwhile work, making a difference. Who are you making a difference for? Like I said in my personal credo, is creating lasting value for a patient by adding value to the caregiving process. When I say giving value to caregiving process, I'm giving value or adding value to the caregivers, making sure that they are supported, making sure that I support their growth, their enrichment, their personal needs. It's then they can contribute their best, okay? So betterment of mankind, the planet and the environment. Today we talk about save our planet. Is it important to be kind to the planet? Is it important to make sure that we are thoughtful about how to save our planet? What is against the planet? We should be against it too. So how do we save the planet and the people on the planet? The environment, everybody. Do positive, impactful work, lead the people and the organization. And how do you lead people and the organization? People should take pride in their work They should look forward to going to work. But do you know what happens nowadays? Most of the time is people are not looking forward to Mondays. They're looking forward to Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. It's a sad thing, isn't it? It's because there's no meaning attached to the work. So leaders have a big role there to be able to create intrinsic motivation. That, according to Dr. Fry, what did he say? Intrinsic motivation is you do more work, or to create the ability for people to do their best and not sit back and say, it's not my job. You follow? That is discretionary effort, to going that extra mile to be able to make a difference for others and enjoy the process. Not just do it like a chore, but enjoy the process. And that enjoyment of the process can be led by a great leader who's a role model and helps people to find meaning in work. Create opportunities for employees to flourish, succeed as a team, lift the weak. What would I call, a team is as strong as its weakest link. And we want to help everyone enjoy work, everyone feel that they're making a difference, and therefore the team is strong. If the team is strong, the organization is strong. Okay, spiritual leadership is creating self-awareness, self-care, self-development, doing charity and community engagement, right? So really spiritual experience starts with taking care of yourself. If you're not fulfilled, you can't take care of the fulfillment of others. That is why sometimes when nurses don't get paid well to take care of their basic needs, they are unfulfilled for the basic needs. Therefore, they cannot give off of themselves. So it's important to make sure that we take care of that. And that is why physical comfort, adequate salary, good working conditions, these are all the prerequisites or foundations to be able to give the nurse or nurses the ability to enjoy their work, the ability to give freely of themselves. Okay. Now, one of the objectives was, I'm moving to a quick this thing, that how to integrate spirituality in nursing curriculum. I am not 100% sure what is the nursing curriculum in India today. I do not know if we are incorporating these elements of spirituality in the formation of a nurse, in developing and creating a nurse. So spirituality starts with how to establish a trusting relationship with the patient. Spirituality is helping the nurse develop a competency that she can provide a supportive spiritual environment for the patient. So these are all nursing interventions that we need to help a student, a nursing student, to be exposed to these learnings, this clinical experience, so that when she graduates as a nurse, she has the competencies to extend her spirituality to her patients. In the interest of time, I'm just going to go through this quickly. We have to teach a student how to respond compassionately and sensitively to the unique spiritual and cultural beliefs of our patients. Now, in the US, it's a cultural melting pot, right? There are people from different cultures across the world that are in the US, and we have to be culturally sensitive to the needs of every patient, regardless of where they come from, what language they speak, what faith they are from, what faith background are they from. Are they spiritual? Are they theist or atheist? We have to respect the spirituality of the person and also the cultural differences among people. And that is also being spiritual in nature. Develop skill in therapeutic use of self. How do you use your spirituality? How comfortable are you with your spirituality before you think about the spirituality of your patient? That competence, that knowledge, we have to give to the student nurses before they graduate out of the nursing school. Do they know how to assess the spirituality of the patients and plan the care for this patient? Plan for the spiritual needs of the patient, right? Even when they're undergoing a surgery, not necessarily when they are in palliative care. Even when the person is in the ambulatory setting, spiritual care is important if you assess the patient has a need for it. And spiritual care is not necessarily end of life. That's what I'm saying, right? It's across the spectrum of caregiving. Spiritual care is important. So that's a little bit about the curriculum, how to care with compassion, how to be respectful of life, regardless of any of your political, religious, economic, social differences in people or social characteristics in people, how to assure dignity for the patient, how to be truthful with the patient. That's a spiritual experience, right? If you're spiritually comfortable, you'll be truthful, you'll have integrity. You will be able to instill hope if you understand the significance of spirituality. Do we have to give hope to our patients? Absolutely. Absolutely. Because the nurse is a person who can hope to the hopeless, can give hope to the hopeless. All healthcare workers for that matter, right? Is it important to have a trusting relationship between the patient and the nurse? What competencies are required to have a trusting relationship? Your individual spirituality and the spirituality of the other person. So that's important. Benevolence. Healthcare is focusing on benevolence. That means the good of others, the good of the patient. Do no harm. Treat a person correctly. These are all important, what I would call it as fundamentals of caregiving, right? Of course, you have to develop self-awareness. Somebody who's self-aware will become aware of others. If you're still searching for who you are, what's your purpose in life, why you exist, what are your goals, where are you going? If you've not found out that about yourself, you can invest your energy in others. So developing self-awareness is the prerequisite to be able to be therapeutically value-added for your patients and their families or for the community. Okay. So finally, thoughts and questions to reflect at the end of the day. Though people deny sometimes being spiritual, they're actually spiritual beings. Do you agree? People sometimes say, oh, this is all a touchy-feely thing. I'm not interested in that. But truly, bottom of their heart or bottom of their beings, the core of their beings, every human being is a spiritual being. Let's realize that. Is spiritual leadership the key to unlock cultural transformation, person-centric care? I know we spend a lot of time talking about patient-centric care. I think we need to move beyond the patient to the person of the patient so that we don't give the patient a label. We look at the person in the patient. So I'm talking about not patient-centric care, person-centric care, because health is not just curative. Health is promotive, preventive, and ensuring well-being, right? So we don't have to label people who come for healthcare as patients all the time. We don't have to, or not necessary. Should spiritual competencies be considered essential for leadership roles in healthcare? After all this time that we spent, I'm thinking you feel, yes, it's worth investing in spiritual competencies for the leader. The confluence of workplace spirituality and leadership is a calling to advance healthcare. So the confluence of workplace spirituality, leadership competencies coming together can advance health and wellness for patients and caregivers alike. So when we talk about well-being, we just don't focus on the patient. We have to focus on the caregiver's well-being too. Joy for the caregiver is important. Joy at work is important. Okay, I'm going to request you to please read. There's a beautiful article out there from the Narsi Monji Institute of Management Science, Management School, I think it is. Narsivonji Institute of Management Science or Management School, Shibani Belwalkar and Veena Vora. They have put an article out there, The Details of Workplace Spirituality, Job Satisfaction, and Organizational Citizenship Behavior. Good article. And there's a YouTube video on that, a theoretical model. They have done this. So I think, you know what, close to home in India, there are some beautiful readings and literature on the significance and the pursuit of spirituality for leaders. So let's use that, or let's, what would I call it? Pursue it, find it, and make that something that you want to really follow up on. And then strive to make your spirituality visible every day. As the theme of today of the conference, make your spirituality visible, be grateful for your life, find your purpose in life, and see if you can extend the purpose of your life to help others, so that then others can do the same, and we would have a universe full of people who are spiritually inclined, making a difference to one another. So thank you for being here. But more importantly, thank you for being who you are, because I know there is a spiritual being within you that's doing a whole lot of great work. God bless you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for such a motivational speech, ma'am. We understood that the spirituality and the spiritual dimension in the leadership, it is more about the well-being of others by elevating the mission of the organization and finding and giving meaning and purpose to life, encourage self-awareness, self-care, self-development, charity, and community engagement. Thank you so much for the motivational and valuable speech, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We came to the end of our scientific section. I request Dr. Manisha Pawar, Professor cum Vice Principal, College of Nursing, TMH, for the vote of thanks.
Evening is lovely, dark, and deep, but I have promises to keep and miles to go before we sleep, and miles to go before we sleep. As said by Robert Frost. This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Tata Memorial College of Nursing hosted this Grand Spirituality International e-conference in collaboration with Maharashtra Nursing Council and National Healthcare Academy, Singapore. Delightful evening to everyone present here. On behalf of all, I, Dr. Manisha Pawar, Professor cum Vice Principal, Tata Memorial Hospital, College of Nursing, is deemed it is honor and privilege to stand before you to propose the words of gratitude to all participating colleges and universities and across all the streams of nursing education and service, from research to science and technology, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Gratitude, as it is said, gratitude, the healthiest of all human emotions. With recollection of favors and blessings, we now, with great sense of gratitude, offer our sincere thanks to Almighty Creator and the Preserver for His countless blessings. Gratitude is the fairest of blossom which springs from the soul. Wish to thank His Excellency, Director, Tata Memorial Hospital, Dr. Pramesh, for permitting over the colorful spirituality virtually. We thank you, sir, for your guiding words. We also extend our sincere thanks to Dr. Banavli, Dean Academics, for awakening the desires and the oneness of young generation and sharpening the educational agenda with this conference. As we inspire others and help us explore the possibilities to reach new horizons, thank you, sir, for being with us and the gesture of appreciation. I also raise my words of gratitude to the other dignitaries and the special invitees on the stage. Good persons have a missionary zeal. Thank Almighty and take immense pleasure to thank our principal ma'am, Anita D'Souza, for being the pillar of strength and support, a catalyst who genuinely cares and refining the students and the talent of the young ones. Thank you, Madam D'Souza, for designing the well future of the learners. God gave me eyes, but you showed me the skies. I extend our sincere thanks to Deputy Nursing Superintendent, Madam Mrs. Sindhu Nair, for being the key player in our success story. A special thanks to all the ANS for their unflinching support and coordination with Ms. Sindhu Nair. Our MNC Registrar, Madam Rachel, and Deputy Registrar, Madam Swati, and today's Maharashtra Nursing Council Observer, Mr. Santosh, for approving the CNE, providing credit points and collaboration and support of the noble cause, noble action for the success of this program. A special gratitude to Dr. Pawan Mittal for connecting us in India and abroad and collaborating, providing guidance and support for the timely management of the event and giving the online YouTube platform from Singapore. We also have been fortunate enough to be backed by well-motivated and dedicated speakers from India and abroad, and who have made this day a special spiritually for guiding and inspiring us. Special thanks to all speakers. Your impact is everlasting and ample of support. Though everyone's performance won us over, with a special mention in Brahmakumari Shivani Didiji's speech, as she emphasized importance of integrating spirituality in daily practice, it was quite apparent how every single person at event was engrossed by your talk, Didiji. It was only because of your generosity to spare your time with us that we are unable to learn from your knowledge and experience in spirituality. We always wanted Didiji to be the part of our session. I thank Dr. Banarasi and Brahmakumari Manisha Bain for coordination and support. The size of participation during Didiji's talk is a testimony to how thrilled everyone was to listen to you to speak. Thanks again for a truly memorable day, Shivani Didiji. Special thanks to Dr. Sharon for stimulating all our spirits and making everyone feel at home. It was a great pleasure to listen to your spiritual approach. I take this opportunity to thank you on behalf of our entire administration and students who were captivated by your talk. We are blessed to have you as a guest speaker at our event, ma'am. Dr. Pawan Mittal, CEO and National Healthcare Academy Singapore, for enlightening information you shared to your amusing manner of delivering the speech on the topic. I also wanted to thank you on the part of our entire team for gracing our event. Without your support and active guidance, it would not have been possible for us to turn our dream event into reality. Hope we collaborate more events in the coming years. Dr. Bhadrapriya Parab and Mr. Kadam from Bhaktivedanta for your presence and wonderful spiritual presentation help magnify our cause in the best possible way. All thanks to your enlightening words that inspired so many people out there. Your talk left a huge impact on people of all ages present at the conference. Thank you to both of you. Dr. Meera Achrekar, Deputy Nursing Superintendent, ACTRAC, ma'am, your speech was not only informative, but also kept everyone amused throughout the session. It is the quality of a great speaker to amuse the audience while pointing out important matters, totally mesmerized by your insightful thoughts during the speech. Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Denny Melvin, Training Director, Singapore. As a guest speaker, you played a critical role in turning the event into a big success, also kept everyone amused with your deep insights on subject of spirituality in children. Thank you, ma'am. My special thanks to Madam Agnes Theredy for timely acceptance of the invitation. Ma'am, your bright ideas on spiritual dimension and leadership had a great positive impact on our attendees. We are blessed to have you as a panel expert in the group. As you rightly have said, the essential characteristics of the spiritual leadership is hardwiring as an organizational imperative. Your thoughts have enlightened our nursing minds and have shown us a new path of altering lessons on valuable insights of leadership from your talk. Thank you, ma'am. As a college, along with other colleges and universities that participated in India and abroad, we feel enlightened and believe that we have got to learn many things from this conference. We pleased We please on the goodness of the dignitaries, well-wishers, and dear and near ones for your esteemed presence for the participation virtually. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheel starts rolling months in advance. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by the team of very motivated and dedicated teachers, Madam Pratibha Jagdish, all assistant nursing superintendents, my diploma oncology nursing students, my MSc nursing students, committee members, and volunteers. With great hearts, we extend our heartfelt thanks to auditorium manager Chetna for booking, Mr. Manoj and Mr. Rupesh for IT management, clerical and administrative staff and coordinators of NHCA Singapore, Anisha for the event, and Mr. Suraj from ACTRACT and Dr. Deepali Umale for coordination and collaboration and support for the success of this program. Gratitude is the attitude which gives the fortitude. The provisional lighting work, sound and music system, rich enhancement for the today's show. A word of appreciation to Mr. Sachin Devkar and Ms. Ruchita for his creation in the brochure, preparing Google Forms, certificates, Dhanashri for our clerical staff and coordinating the activities at CNE portal at MNC site. Fascinating cameramen, elegant master ceremony, cheerful comparing by Ms. Ramaya and Ms. Mariam, tune, lovable audience, and making this international conference a memorable one with all your tireless efforts. For the involvement shown and the willingness expressed till the completion of the task beyond the comfort zone, the essence of the fruit is tasted at the last. And we believe the last is the best ever. Lastly, we thank the Temple of Learning. Learn to let go, and your hands will be free to comply to your tomorrow. Gratitude costs nothing, but is a big investment for future. Once again, we renew our gratitude and fragrance and spread the fragrance of love with spirituality in nursing practice. I hope we continue to work like this and organize such events in future for betterment and upliftment of our students and staffs. Finally, with folded hands, much respect and reverence, thank you all. Let's rise for the national anthem before we close the conference. Please complete the questionnaires later. हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जल के तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे आगे तब जय गाता जनगण मंगल जय भारत भाग्य विधाता जय 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 जय. Thank you.